Oh my goodness. I am like so unprepared for this stream and also for this tournament. But here we go. Okay, welcome. We are playing the America's Online Megacity. I think there's like 40 something players. I've like scrambled to find a deck. Um, and I had some plans. There were like some decks that I was like thinking about playing, but we actually switched to this like last minute. So I mean, we'll just start this game. Here's what I'm playing: is this scoring ob. We're playing, yeah, like just kind of like Rush ob of old ish. But it was basically I want to find a deck that can purge viruses a lot because there's a lot of decks that just rely on fermenter. There is like against Crim, there's like a decent amount of econ in this deck. Like there's a lot of like good opening cards like Anthill, Cybersound Harvester, and Dehumanoid, and the Regolith is fine too. You got the hedge funds and the extracts. So yeah, that's what we're doing. I had so many I was thinking about playing Nebula. I was thinking about playing BTL. Um, Lots of stuff that I could be playing, but here we are. We're up against Seb. Let me turn on that, and I might as well full screen. Zoom in. Okay, so we're gonna mulligan this because we don't have an econ card to start, and that is a better hand. Yeah, for those watching me live, like this is really just gonna be like a video ish. Like there'll be interaction in between rounds. But this is always what I do. Like when I play like an online event, I'll try to live stream it. And then if there's time in between rounds, I can interact with chat. But just because it's a tournament, game, you'll see me doing this during the async games as well. Is that it like it'd be a little unfair for me to pay attention to chat while I'm playing. So it's also distracting for me too. So I'll be playing the game during the game, and then anything in chat that I don't see during the game, I'll catch up on in between rounds. But that's the corp we're playing. On the runner side, we're playing Reg Hosh. No, not playing Reg Hosh. We're playing Reg Sable, and Reg Sable's fun. It's got it's Reg Crim really, but that's what's going on. We are a minute away from starting. Looks like somebody's asking for an extra 3 minutes. Okay, we are good to go. All right. So we're up against Seb. We have Tithe and Excavator in our opening hand, which is not good. We want to find those cards like with Ob. So the starting hand is very not ideal. We want to Ice HQ for transfer of wealth. And that's kind of what we got. We could just go hedge fund double Ice HQ. But like I guess we get the Tithe on R&D. We want to throw an Ice on Archives in this matchup. And Seb plays Bankar, so like we might not even want to throw the Tithe out there just yet. Maybe we want to just like double Ice HQ here. I think we don't mind that. I think that's what we're doing. And of course, like we're gonna find Ice later that we'd like to put on top of the Tithe. But this is gonna hold down HQ for a little bit. Starting off with a Nuka. Okay, so this is not the same Sebastian list that we've been seeing, which is good information to just give us right off the bat. Looking for just ice here. The Mavericks can find us ice. Okay. Okay, that's very good. Envelopment's gonna hold down the fort for a little bit. Let's just do that, and then we'll see. Like, we might like Mav into Regolith next turn. It's likely. We don't want to just score this above the law here because we're gonna go pretty broke. But yeah, okay. Like, I've never, like, usually when I'm like prepping for a tournament and I go into the tournament, I usually like enter the tournament pretty confident in my decks. Like, I'm like, I expect to win. Like, I expect to win like most of my games, if not all of them. Like, just sometimes like RNG will happen. But like, I don't feel that way with this corp. The runner I do. The runner I feel good about. My typical like the typical tournament feeling, I guess you could say. But like, man, this corp is I prepped it like pretty last minute, so that part makes it trickier. Okay, so we want this Kesselroyd. Like, we need more ice. What the heck is going on? There's 17 ice in this deck. And we would have wanted the Takana for this green mail. So losing the Takana hurts a lot. We could just go for Regolith here. Thing is, they're going to run it and they're going to hit the envelopment. We kind of want them to install their Bankar first. Right? I could go Mav, Kesselroyd. Yeah, we also get a little bit of Mav value if they like install a Fermenter, which is definitely in their deck. Well, actually, no, that's not true. But like Audrey. But we should get this going, so let's just throw some cards out there. And I am going to throw the Excavator out there. Like, the Excavator is usually just like a runner pays 4 to trash. You can do a lot with Excavator when you like have stuff rezzed and you can like install things at the start of your turn. But that's not the position we're in. Like, we can hold on to it. But we just have an extra click there. We're just going to throw it out there. Because we didn't really want to draw, because that would fill our hand to 5 if we kept the Excavator, and then the Mav into Regolith is going to be... I guess it's like click the Regolith twice, put an ice in R&D, but we want to just like click the Regolith 3 times. Oh, that sucks. Oh, maybe do they crew this? That'd be great. We have the Ice Archive soon to block out the privileged access. But as I said, like I'm don't feel confident about this corp deck, so wouldn't be surprised if we lose this game. I don't know what happened there. They want to bounce, as in end the run? Nice. Sure, that's great for me. We could get a humanoid here with the Kesselroid. I think I'd do that. Instead of Rego? Or we could just go click the Rego 3 times and then go click the Rego 2 more times. That's tough. I think I want the humanoid. And the Mav can just sit where it is. Yeah. But the Kesselroid is like really good against Seb. Huh. Okay, we'll chill. Anthill. Now I could res the Mav and play the Extract. And get the Regolith that way. It's an option. I think we'll chill with that too, because Botulus might be coming down. Yeah. So let's get the Regolith. We can get more Kesselroids down. That would be good, but let's just get our econ going for now. There's 2 more Mavs in the deck. But yeah, they can't crew this. I should have known. The runner cannot trash this ice while it's rezzed. Oh, I see. They did try to fully crew it, and they like Sebastian to install Hannah, which is like definitely something you can undo, because it's like if you were really strict, you could say no, but like it's the only information that's been revealed is that they have a Hannah, which is just beneficial for me, so it's fine. There's the excavator trash, cost them $4 whole. Now they're broke-ish. They have 5 credits. If they pop the Hannah, they'll clear the tag with retaining their money, but they'll likely want to just clear the tag manually. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, so this sucks because they can double charm crew the sandstone, and it's just gonna leave the tide there. But we're just gonna res our stuff. Alternatively, I could not res the tithe because that's just gonna help them cycle their cards, and you can argue that we don't want to do that. No, we're just gonna res. It can cycle their cards and it can draw them, but like they might just spend bullets as well. Like there might be benefit to just keeping it hidden, but it's fine. We can extract it for a spin doctor if we don't like it. Yeah, there it is. They're gonna draw a card, give us a credit, sure. Now, I'm pretty sure we're getting a Tranq grid. And especially if they don't install Bankar. Like, we're probably going to get Tranq grid and hopefully jam this above the law. And then we're going to run into problems because they, like, install... Oh, never mind. I was going to say they could double charm crew the... Oh my goodness. Of course they snipe it. So 1 and 4. Come on. Oh, that's so bad. Man, above the law is so good. Oh my god. They could transfer of wealth here. They don't have it. Okay. Also, we don't know if they even play transfer of wealth, like we've seen at Nuka. So the influence is not 3 transfer of wealth and Ashen and a buffer drive. But in the Seb that I played like no free lunches and still 2 transfer of wealth, so it's okay. Afshar's a great draw. Now, if we want to be on tempo, we could extract the Regolith for the Tranq grid. Or Humanoid, actually. Yeah, I think that's what we do. We actually, like, click this twice for a Humanoid in server 1, and then we just put this on HQ. It was going to be Tranq grid, but if you install the Tranq grid, you're going to want to get the anthill rolling, and... Okay. That's a good card in that situation. Alright, you got the Wildcat Strike, you don't have that much money, but you have, like, draw. I could have given them draw. But the thing is, like, it's Seb. Meaning that, like, they usually don't do too much with money. They do need some opening credits. That was probably, like, what they wanted, was the credits. Because they had the Nuka on the board, and I could have just given them cards. Because they had 4 credits, right? Yeah. This Antill's going to lead to more Kesselroids, but we are... Okay, I need to draw a hedge fund here. Dang it. Come on. Really? Okay, we can go for a score. That's probably how we win this game. Yeah, I can't dawdle around for too much, for too long. I think that's what we're doing. Is we're just gonna go for a score and like play the extract for 3 credits. That is also unlucky, but this seems safe, right? They might be able to like rip open HQ here, but that's what we got. Like, I would love to install the Winchester, but we don't have that luxury right now, so it's okay. We're gonna say done. We're not gonna trash anything. We're gonna throw out this green mail. If we score the Basalt Spire, like the deck plays 1 green mail, so if we score the Basalt Spire, we're not actually gonna get anything out of the green mail other than removing it from the game. Because if we score the Basalt, we're at 3 points. Green mail puts us to 4, but the rest of our deck is 2-pointers unless we score 2 Basalt Spires, which might actually happen. So maybe discarding this was just wrong. But we don't have, like, if we had like Takana, would have made it a ton better. As it stands, like, spending the time to score this green mail is just going to be a little sad. I want to keep the rest of these cards, I think. The problem is we're going to spend next turn scoring, and then, like, they could come rip open HQ. Like, we want to just, like, we need time to just get all this ice installed. They're spending a click running the spin, which is really good for me. The Humanoid wants to come back, and the Takana wants to come back. The Takana really wants to come back. Okay, we get the Takana back. Maybe we delay the score and get the Mav out there so that we can get the Takana out. Okay, that's good. They might come and run HQ. Do not rip an agenda. That sucks. I wanted that. That would have been so good. Oh, man. Oh man, oh man. That's so bad. Man, what the heck? It's just like poking R&D. Like, what are we doing? We're putting more ice on HQ? They're not running this remote. Oh, it's so bad. We need to ice archives now, too. With the Stavka. Like, where is my ice? Jesus. We can go install archives, Mav on the remote, advance. There's no way this goes down, right? They have to install crew, install Rising Tide, and then run and like ignore the fact that there's a bunch of upgrades in here. Like, I'm just like putting staff cut on archives? Really? Or I'm putting Winchester. Both suck. Man. I can Mav Purge for Kesselroyd. That's an option. Oh, we're just too slow. Like, what happened? Thing is, this Winchester is going to want to go on HQ. But maybe HQ doesn't even matter. We should just be icing R&D. But I like that's what this Takana's for. Thing is, like, the staff is nothing more than a bluff because they have the revolver down already. I don't know. We're going to take the line that I saw, which is install this, and single advance the Basalt. It's not pretty, but, like, we can Mav out the Takana this way, and then score, and then follow up with the Anthill, and we just have to hope that there's no agenda in the top card of R&D this turn. I could ice R&D instead of archives, but like privileged access is now on threat. There's no program in the bin, but like it's just too much value. So that's what you got to do against Seb. Shouldn't have thrown out the green mail, maybe. Maybe. Yeah. Hitting Nuka. Like, we haven't seen anything out of this Seb so far. Like, it's... Like, we've seen two Hannahs and a friend of a friend, and they play Crew and Devil Charm. And that's it. And, like, we really shouldn't be this far down. But the snipe on HQ... Like, the R&D loss was, like expected, I guess, because they were, like, poking R&D a ton. So you can lose one out of there. But, like, yeah, we would have scored that above the law a while ago. It's a big difference. And then this agenda would be putting me to 5. So I think that's where that's the axis that didn't go our way. But the ice situation was just a little slow this game. 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, like I I should be scoring a lot earlier this in the game. This is a really uphill battle now because they've stolen 2 of my 3/2s. So like we get the basalt out, but like our path to 7 is actually we need the green mail back and another basalt, or we score 2 2-pointers. But there's only 3 2-pointers left, and that's 2 slash and burns and 1 is Eve Protocol. They're thinking about Rising Tide crew run. They have it. They have it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, they're actually 1 short for that. A fermenter just for me to purge. Love to see that. We do love to see that. Okay. Maybe we have a chance now. Extract the tithe for spin doctors online. Okay, so let's hit that. Let's hit this. We want to hit the Hollow Man first. Oh, it doesn't matter because it's coming out of our deck. But whatever, we'll just do it. And then we're gonna purge. We're gonna get the Takana. We're gonna advance. We're gonna score. Then I think we're just getting Kesselroids. I could get it for archives. I could also just get Maskarovka on R&D, but I think we're just getting Kesselroids. The thing is this HQ run is coming, but for now we don't actually care. So maybe it's actually just Kesselroid archives. I can also Kesselroid the remote. And that will just like keep the remote locked down for a little bit. Because we don't want to get this envelopment crude. So actually it wouldn't be Kesselroid, it would be like Sandstone or Treeline. We have the Winchester for HQ. I think we have to find an ice for R&D. Thing is, they're going to run archives, though. Like, this privileged access is coming, and I can't. We can't have that. But I think we'll just, like, mass Karovka on R&D for now. Maybe it's Sandstone so that they can't double crew. Yeah. I'm going to keep the tools in the deck. And we're going to get the anthill out there. This could look like a score. Which is, like, not what we want. Because they can... Well, I don't know. Like, they need to, like... We need to get them making some expensive plays. Because we are hella behind. If they come in and trash things, we can get it back, so... That might be our out. I expect them to come and see 3 out of HQ, though. based off their play so far. Definitely expect that. And it's going to be tough. Like, if we find an agenda, putting Winchester on HQ just isn't good enough. But it might deter them for a turn, and then that'll let us get the agenda into the remote after the anthill is done. I have archives open because I'm wondering if there's anything I want to shuffle back in with Spin Doctor at some point. So far, there's nothing. Here's the privileged access. Oh, they don't have enough money to break this. They have to take a tag and use the Devil Charm crew. Yes. Okay. Okay. This game is suddenly alive. Do we pop the tithe for a Spin Doctor? I think we do. We could pop the Takana for the Tranq grid? Thinking. Oh, we don't have that much time to think, actually. Yeah, we're gonna pop the tithe for the Spin Doctor. Nice draw. The green mail's so good. Okay, so they have to Devil Charm, take a tag, and then crew this. And then, yeah, it's perfect. It's really, really good. Okay, this sus install paid off. They're still getting their privileged access, which sucks, but is what it is. There's no program in the bin, so they're just installing 2 resources. One from the bin, one from hand. That's okay. They're going to take 2 tags. They can't clear all the tags. Awkward. But they have to do this. Oh, they're going to use Revolver. Sure. Okay. Yeah, that's fine too. All right. That's a line. That's fine too. Now the Stavka is going to stay there. Which means I can extract it for a Sandstone, which is not in the deck because there's only 2 Sandstones, so I'm going to extract it for a Maskarovka. We're going to have to purge with this Maverus soon. That'll get me a Kesselroyd. Okay. We're doing it. Ish. Oh, we can get the Sandstone back with the Spin Doctor. Maybe we do that. Move Hollow Man? No. Fly Swatter. Okay, so we're definitely putting another ice on HQ. So if we just, like... We're just installing ice this turn. So this on HQ. And then we extract this for Mask. We extract this for Mask on HQ. We could put a Sandstone. But we have a Mav, so we can purge this Leech. And honestly, we could just leave it now, because there's only 1 privileged access left. And we can just ice R&D. Yep, that's fine. We need to figure out our path here. Do we score the green mail or score the Azif? That's one of the questions we have to answer. Green mail is going to be simpler for now. I think that's what we're doing. I could also install the Azif and install the Mavericks, and that'll get me the Purge on this Fermenter and the Leech. And it'll also get me another Castleroid on the remote. That's probably the safest line. We have to remember we have this Basalt. So which is just Azif, Mav, and then just Hedge Fund. I think so. Or well, actually, well, we probably extract the Maskarovka for a Kesselroid. And that'll get all our Kesselroids out. If we draw an agenda, I don't know. Let's see. I think you can have that. No, we'll shuffle. I want this back. And I think we just want the Mav back, but like, I'm not sure. We just get Tithe. Them spending clicks running the spin is really good for us. I'm pretty sure we're going for the Azif. Because we can Hollow Man it next turn. Okay, so it's Azif, Mavericks, and we're gonna Basalt for the Extract. And if we lose an agenda, we'll have to Basalt again next turn. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's the play. If we draw an agenda here, then we're gonna extract the Sandstone for Kesselroid on HQ. Thing is, when we pop the Mav, we're also going to install a Kesselroid, which is actually going to mess up their Bankar a little bit. So that's cute. Anthill. Oh, we get it. We just got a Kesselroid right now. Holy crap. Forgot about that. Okay. Move Haltman. No. We drew the other Kesselroid. That's really bad. Install. You just get the Maskarovka on Archives. No, I think we play the Hedge Fund. Okay, let's start with the Basalt. Sure. I think the Hedge Fund's just fine, because we've already triggered Ob this turn. So we're going to play the Hedge Fund. We're going to put an Ice on server, or the Azif in server 1. And we're going to install the Mav in server 1. And we're going to tell them action after this Bankar. I don't want to tell them now, because that's going to give away some info. Okay, we're going to Purge. And we're just getting this Fly Swatter, We're just gonna shove that on HQ. They're bankaring HQ. That's what that's in response to. Starting to get concerned about time, but we're doing okay. We got like 6 minutes left. So it'll be time enough. My remote should be safe here. Might not be though. Like Rising Tide and Devil Charm does it. But once we score, we'll have the green mail in hand. We can Tucana and Ice on R&D. Here's the privileged access. This is fine. This is the last privileged access. They can get a fermenter or a buzzsaw back, and they can get 2 resources. Like, we don't want that to happen, but I wasn't gonna like keep my ice around to try to block it. And this is one of these games where like we're not doing well, but then we like figure out a way to get there. So like even if we lose from here, like it's a pretty good showing of this deck actually. It's like I'm actually happy with how this game has turned out. Like I'm happy that we're in this position given the situation we were in previously. Wait, what? Oh, that's the extension. Oh no. That's not good. Okay, click Hollow Man. Ice on R&D. Click Hollow Man. We're just gonna ice out R&D here, right? I think that's the plan. And they can steal the green mail to tie. Or I can put the green mail in the remote, which is probably what we're doing. Thing is, there's definitely a Rising Tide in this deck. Like, they're playing Buzzsaw, and I guess, like, Revolver you could say is not a real breaker, but, like, with privileged access it kind of is. So they might be playing real breakers in this deck. So, like, I would expect a Rising Tide to be here. That's time. Yeah. So now their turn is just, can I get into this remote? Which they should be able to if they have Rising Tide. Yeah, there it is. And they just run the remote. Yeah. That sucks. Could find a run elsewhere. No, but like that's the only place I could be scoring. Like I guess I could be scoring a 2-pointer out of HQ with the Hollow Man. But this should be an agenda. So they should run this remote. I think I've lost. So that's okay. Could come HQ. They come HQ, there's a green mail. Yeah. They just have enough credits. Yeah. If they let the trash ice sub fire, I have a small outside chance. But yeah, there's no reason to. They just break all of it. Good game. Okay, that's all. Could have, like, I don't know. Do you play a little faster? Maybe there's some game here. The basalt, yeah, like the basalt comes down, that goes into the remote. Then the green mail's there. Yeah, there's still some game here, because they can't trash any of my stuff in the remote. Right? They can't trash the Dakana, can't trash the Hollow Man. So like this was, like it's like they probably don't make this play if it's not due to time. The Basalt Spire goes in. I get to 6 with the Hollow Man. But like we probably like green mail first, and then the Basalt Spire shows up, and when we green mail, we put another ice on R&D, and like our servers are like they're not going to run next turn, and they probably can't afford to run the turn after either. Yeah. Yeah, if the envelopment fired, we could have gotten the Stavka, and then the Stavka can trash the agenda. Oh, and I was thinking I could win. Oh, yeah. And then the Stavka can trash the agenda, and then we can Basalt Spire the agenda back into hand and like Hollow Man it. So they were exactly credit perfect. They were exactly credit perfect. Which is like hella unlucky. Yeah. Nothing I could have done. I could have, well, actually, I could have maved and put the ice on top. I misread how much time was left. I thought there was more time. But that was the extension table. So that's on me. Yeah, I could have put the fly swatter on server 1. Had I done that, then I actually would have gotten this. Wow. Okay. What do we think? Haven't caught a soccer streamer played a game in 1 million years. Hope you're doing well. Good hunting and all that. Thank you. Thanks for dropping by. It's not a good start, but like the game wasn't going well to begin with. It was a weird Seb. Like there was a lot of things that they like that I had answers for that they didn't have at the start. Like I had the Mavericks to like purge fermenters, but they like didn't have fermenters at the start of the game, which is just like a weird draw because I'm sure they're playing. Well, I mean, it looks they're playing at least one. I think we saw 2, but there was the above the law steal out of HQ. That shouldn't have happened. That was a really bad 1 in 4. Yeah, that was a really, really bad 1 in 4, losing the above the law. Like the above the law, like they had so many good resources for us to be trashing that game. And losing the above the law really was like so bad. Let's stop Fire, given that Praxis would just get out one of the 2 programs back. Yeah. Fast fencing and the Zeef might have been the play. Yeah, I guess I should have just fasted and said. Well, the thing, like, I was thinking there was more time, which was just my mistake. But yeah, I could have just scored. I could have just scored the Azif. But keep in mind that we purged the fermenter at the start of that turn, so like, that's the thing. Like, if we purge the Azif, then we're playing for time. Like, if we score the Azif with the Hollow Man, then we're just playing for time because they're gonna like get the fermenter at 3 counters and like they're gonna be like a little bit ahead of me for the rest of the game. And I thought there was 9 minutes left at the time, but I was wrong. Slavka Basalt fast gonna be a line, yeah. Okay, what's happening? Looks like our opponent is playing Ob as well. Where am I? I'm against Alpi. I'm playing Ayuko. I think Alpi will be fine with a stream. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, there was different ways we could have handled that like the ending there, if we were concerned about time. Like I wasn't. Yeah, I thought there was 9 minutes, and I guess there was actually 4 because there was like a 5-minute extension. That was the problem. Like otherwise, I definitely should have just scored it, and I would have scored it. I would have gotten a 5, and then they would have came and run HQ, and they would have had a 3 and 5 to steal the green mail to tie the game. Yeah. Okay, that's okay. We move on. We are playing against Alpi, who's playing Ayuko. We are playing Reg Sable. Let's get the deck list out. There it is. Okay. We've got another 3 minutes till the start. Okay, this hand is... We don't want to see Kurapira early, because we don't want to just lose that to damage. So automatically that means like we should ideally mulligan, unless the rest of the cards are good. Sure, Gamble, Clean Getaway is fine. Like we don't have card draw. We're looking for Nuka and Class Act to get us going, because cards are just going to be a problem in this game. We're also looking for Penny Shaver and Info Bounty. That's going to get us the money to trash Ayuko's stuff. So we're going to mulligan. The Kurapira stayed exactly where it was before. And the cards around it got better because of the open market Class Act, but we're not going to be able to contest anything on the first turn, which is fine. We're playing 7 rounds, so like we probably need 5 and 2, but like really we want to go 5, 1, and 1 if we want to be safe, because 5 and 2 you can probably bubble out. 5 and 2 in a top 8 cut, you probably run the risk of bubbling out. So we're probably needing 5, 1, and 1. But yeah, we had a line there. They were 1 credit. They had a credit. They were credit perfect to go and steal that. Otherwise, I win that game. Dang. Which means I could have maved the ice on top to be really safe. I probably should have seen that too, because like we knew the Rising Tide was coming eventually. So protecting the remote is definitely the play. The 1 credit difference. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. Yeah, if we do that too, like if we put the Mav the ice on HQ, then like they would have came and ran HQ probably and seen 3. But if they ran the remote, then actually no, they probably would have still ran the remote because they didn't know how expensive it was and they had a ton of money, it seemed like. So they weren't expecting to pay 9 for an envelopment. Yeah. Dang. Dang. Okay, alright, we gotta focus up, because we can't suffer any more losses. Only has to be wins from here. Click 1, draw, Ice HQ. This turn we're just getting our stuff down. Like, I could go and poke that, but like, we only care about cohort. Bladderwort we can just find out later, so that's fine. I can go open market, class act, and then draw, and then take a credit. Mark on R&D. We just lose the Kurapira if we run R&D. I think I don't want to do that. But if I find a run event, I will. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to do this. Oh. That's a tough one. I can buy and install the Kurapira if I take a credit. We don't really love that. I'd like to keep my money up a little more than that. But also we can probably like Kurapira. Okay, so we're just going to take the gamble. Let's just play it super safe. Didn't find a run event again. So we're going to have to click for a credit at the start of this turn, which sucks. Sucks a lot. Sucks a lot. Oh, I'm going to have to move this deck list overlay. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. I'm not going to be able to focus too much on what's going on there. Install 2 more cards, play Hansi Review. Okay, so we just have to not die. Like, we're thinking about Reaper function. Oh, I got a card off the open market. Damn, we're good. Okay. So we gamble. We play the Biobands. Running archives. We install... Well, I mean, we're definitely running archives. Like, they're just like it's AUCO. Like they just like throw out random crap in archives sometimes. I think we get the revolver down and then we buy Band's archives. We're gonna draw 2. I mean, it's got the click back. Let's draw 2. Open market is good. Gamble is good. The buy bands can go back. And then we're definitely installing this Kurapira before we take any damage. And then this is fine, I think. Just getting the open market down is totally fine. We're gonna have to go and trash this cohort. But we'll do it, right? Like we just we really needed to find a Penny Shaver and an Info Bounty. Like, not having those is going to hurt us in the long run here. But in the meantime, like, we don't have to care about stuff. Like, Regenesis is the only thing we have to care about. There's a FUT. Okay. That's a great draw. So we'll go credit, clean getaway. No, credit, gamble, clean getaway. We don't want to run R&D because of the FUT, so we're just going to contest the FUT later. Which I guess means we're not going to play this clean getaway. Because I want to end the turn with 5 cards in hand. Because if there's like a hostile architecture, then I do want to still trash the cohort. So I'm going to play it super safe. Going to play it super safe. They could score a Sting. That's going to deal some damage. We're going to trash the FUT next turn, is the plan. We can't break Diviner. And that's it. We really need this Info Bounty. Losing so much money every turn. Info Bounty, Penny Shaver. There's the agenda. They installed it turn 1. It was a Sting. Okay. That's fine. We're just gonna draw back up now. That's fine. Yeah, that's very fine. There's the info bounty. Okay. We don't have the ability to do that yet. Let's just get the open market on the board. And we're going to risk the info bounty, but... Maybe we just get the info bounty on the board. How greedy do we want to be? I can see us just taking damage. We're going to do this. This is fine. Because we need like the long-term sustainability of the econ. So we really want to get this open market down if we're going to start contesting stuff. The info bounty is going to come down soon, but we're going to risk it in hand for one turn here. We don't have any information about what kind of AU they're playing. But Pinhole on the FUT is an easy solution for now. Okay, one thing about AUCO players is that they probably think I'm going to contest the FUT, so I'm not going to run the naked agendas they just installed. And we got a mark on archives, which is great. So this turn we're probably going to go and Pinhole, but I also am going to check archives, I think. We just have to not die. And this info bounty is not going to... the info bounty is not going to trigger, which sucks a lot. But this turn can just be Pinhole. And then we just draw up. Or I just check the board, actually. Like, do we think he plays snares? I don't. Okay, we don't want the Unity. These cards want me to run archives. I can't do it. Right? We just die. Can't do that. There should be an agenda in server 6 or 7, though. The question is which agenda? I think we just check. Like, we're going to Pinhole archives. There's no reason, like, if there's a Regenesis on the board, they would have just scored it. So we're going to trash the FUT, and then we're just going to run server 6 and 7. Let's run 6 first. Okay. So it's good to know they're playing that. Let's run 7. Yeah, there it is. And then we're just going to draw. There's no Regenesis on the board, right? Because they would have scored it last turn. Unless they, like, just AU code the agenda into the bin. And there was, like, a Regenesis already on the board, which would be weird. So, I mean, I guess it's not weird, but it's just like, I guess we're playing around 2 of the cards being, like, we're playing around we're not playing around exactly the agenda showing up last turn. But it's important to just keep your cards up. Like, as some of you may know, I've been coaching, and, like, a lot of people have, like, questions about how to play against AU. You just, like, respond to the threats as they show up. Like, obviously there's an agenda in the bin this turn. So, and we got Mark Archives, which is beautiful. But we know that they're on Reaper function, so that's a little scary. So we just want to clear archives this turn. No need to run anywhere else. The question is just how we're going to do that. Info Bounty Carpe Diem is going to be really good. Let's draw first. We'll just keep the Carpe. We're probably not going to play it. Is there anything we die to? Sting does 2 damage. So we're going to Info Bounty and just Carpe now. We don't actually need to play the Carpe Diem. We could die, actually. Can we? No, it's fine, because we can click for 2 cards. We're fine. They're going to wait for us to commit to access. There's nothing in archives. Okay. We've seen touch-ups and anemone, so that's really, really, really good info. Then we just need to stay alive. Like, if we think about the threats, right? There's Reaper function. We can probably just run one of these cards on the board. But I'm just gonna play it safe. Oh, that's a great draw. Do we die on 4 cards? Potentially. They have to have it right now. They've discarded a touch-ups. We'll throw it down. We've trashed a Reaper. Okay, that's good. And like a lot of the crap that's on the board is stuff that we can probably run. So like really we're just like waiting to get time to run it. Mark on archives is insane. Now I always tell people you want to run early and you want to draw later. We have 4 cards in hand. We shouldn't die with 4 cards in hand. And the Carpe Diem is just unnecessary now. So we're gonna run now. So let's hit server 10. Let's just see the new card that they're installing. We haven't been checking stuff. Okay, we'll trash that. We really want the Penny Shaver. But like we're doing okay for now. Let's just keep checking. Okay, so they play Urtica Cypher, sure. That is going to be in server 9, so we're just going to make a note that that's server 9. We're not going to trash it. And then we're going to click the Nuka. They're going to res it for us. That's nice of them. Then we're going to click the Nuka. We're just going to fill our hand. The Nuka is really good. The Shesby is also probably quite good. And the Bravado is just having one of them is good enough. Let's run archives. We're going to get our free $2. We still haven't found our Penny Shaver, which is unfortunate. And we just like don't need to do anything right now. So we'll just take $1. We don't want to run last click, right? Because they play Urtica Cypher, like maybe they have bite. So we don't want to run into a bite last click. We want to run early in our turn so that we know what we have to deal with. So same thing here, right? Let's check server 11. Sure. We can check server 8. We lost our other Nuka, which sucks a lot, actually. We got archives again. Ooh, a sting. Okay, so we're probably going to have to click this Nuka. Which we would love to not do that. But that's okay. No free lunch is going to be MVP. We shouldn't need to do that quite yet. I can just get my run in on archives. They play Regenesis. So let's once again bottom the Bravado. Let's get in on a run on archives. We could be like a sting here would suck. But it's just a petty cash. We get our $2. Mark on archives is absolutely amazing. There's our Penny Shaver. So we can install Penny Shaver, install the no free lunch. We can get our Unity down, and then there's no way we can lose this game. We're not quite there yet. We have to start with Penny Shaver and the no free lunch down. We have to get the no free lunch down. Like, we cannot risk losing that to net damage. Because it's a one of in the deck. They're clearly playing an end-of-the-line deck with Reaper functions and touch-ups that we've seen. So, don't let them Regenesis. Don't let them kill us with this no free lunch. Give us Mark Archives again, please. Dang it. So we can go Penny Shaver, no free lunch, run Archives. We don't have the luxury to install the Penny Shaver this turn, it seems. So, unfortunately, that's just not going to happen. Because we want to end the turn with cards, right? So let's get the no free lunch down, and then we're going to go and poke Archives. Just to turn off the Regenesis. Right, there's already a Moon Pool in the bin. Like, they could, like, Moon Pool an agenda in there and then score a Regenesis. But you can't play around everything, so we're going to play around the stuff that's easier to do, and the things that are harder to do, we'll let them... We'll see if they have it. HQ should be loaded. Once we get our Kogate Breaker down, we can run anywhere. We can already run anywhere, because they... Like, the best Kogate in AUCO is Diviner. There's currently one ice on server 12. I think y'all can see that enough that I'm not going to move my overlay. There we go. They're going to shuffle Moonpool and Unseen cards. Sure. And then again, we're just going to fill our hand. Draw a card. We got Carpe Diem. Class Act is going to be really good. Let's keep that. And then we could just get the Unity out now. I don't think we die to anything. Yeah, we're going to get the Unity out now. Cohort is very fine. They just have a bunch of money. Most of the time, AUCOs don't expect to have a bunch of money, so there's not too much they're doing with their money, because they're usually playing like Tiny Ice, expecting to be broke. Whatever's in server 3, I'm getting more and more interested. We're probably just going to leave the cohort. We can check Archives, we can check server 3. Their life is just going to stay awkward for a while here. Install 3 cards. Right. Okay, so we just have to check. We really want the Penny Shaver down, but also we could just not check. Archives Mark. We are so good at this game. Okay. Let's draw. We're gonna get... We want to draw later, yes, but like... Let's... The Boomerang is fine. We're never installing this Mamie. And then we're going to install the Penny Shaver, and we're just going to run Archives. And then we're just going to leave everything else. We have 2 clicks left after this. 4 cards in hand is good enough. If we like take damage from like a Fuji or a Sting, they have a 50-50 on the Class Act. If cards end up mattering, they're thinking, which means there's a Moonpool on the board. Or a Spin Doctor. More likely to be a Moonpool. The more aggressive line to take this turn would have been to install the Class Act and just go poke around. They didn't do anything, and there wasn't an agenda in here. I'm not sure what it was that they were thinking about then. But all right. Now, again, we don't need to run. So I'm just going to fill my hand and click the Penny Shaver. We're just going to play safe. We're just going to play safe. Like, they could do, like, some kind of Moonpool trick where they score with Regenesis. They just started their turn, so they're not doing that. That's really good. If they do that, then they can, like, win with a Moonpool and a Longevity Serum after. Lots of times these decks don't play Longevity Serum because they're playing, like, the end-of-the-line suite, so you're more incentivized to play, like, see how they run and Orbital. But so far we're doing great. Like, you just... check their board, but only when it's safe. See if they have their threats. They're installing a card in 3 new remotes. Right, okay. So, gosh, okay. Archives Mark again. We are so good at this game. Let's check the new cards now, because they are definitely feeling a little odd. Let's roll it. Let's roll. D12. So it's going to be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. We rolled a 9. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. That's server 17. Let's go there. Looking for Reaper functions, looking for moon pools. It's probably the new cards that's like the stuff that we care about. Oh, okay. That's a little awkward. That was probably the wrong run. Let's draw back up. And then I think we're going to run this archives. We could take 2 damage off of Fuji here. It's actually not ideal, but it's okay. We are alive. Now I could go trash the FUT instead of drawing back up. I think we are. It's interesting that they didn't res the FUT. Like, it tells me what kind of position they think they're in. Yeah, I guess we're running the FUT. Okay. We only have 4 cards in hand. That's not what we want, but the No Free Lunch is going to keep us alive from end of the line, so the best they can do is like a couple Reaper functions. Here it comes. There's 1. That makes sense that it's in server 3. We died at 3 Reaper functions. They're triggering 1. Thing is, like, them triggering Reaper function here makes me think that they think they're winning, which is concerning. But let's see it. How are they winning? It had to be multiple Reaper functions. Firing 1 is, like, quite good for me, I think. Turning a card face up to advance server 16. We missed it. But what did we miss? Oh, there's 1 event. Dang it. Okay. No. And we just lose to a see how they run? Wow. Trashing the FUT off the board. We should have just drawn. Wow. Yeah, running the sting was... Wait, no, there's no sting. Wait a second. Oh, no. It's see how they run. Oh. Complete image. Sure. Yep, that works. Yep, okay, good game. There's that. Yeah, a little random with the runs. We missed the... I mean, it would have been the same thing if we stole one of the agendas and not the other. So I guess, like, I just needed to run, and I did. Yeah, we just had to, like, keep 5 cards in hand, I guess. Maybe we're not even on? We're not even on end of the line? And we're just on complete image, no end of the line? Interesting. Need a way to farm Crim players? I was doing really well this game. I like there's like tons of agendas in HQ. Didn't like if we had like twinning, maybe I would have ran HQ. There wasn't really ever a time. Once they like start spamming cards on the board, we can go run HQ. Yeah, tough start. Tough start. It's going well though. Like they had to install 2 agendas. They had to put 2 FUTs on the board. If you have 5 cards in hand, can you die? Score Sting. You have to cohort the Sting and then play Complete Image. So that's 1, 2, 3 damage. 1, 2, 3 damage. And then you have to Complete Image 2 cards. Yeah, I was fine. Huh. Oh, no, because of the Reaper function. No. I miscounted the Reaper function. Yeah, I could have ran server 3 way earlier and like potentially just trashed the Reaper function. But that's the game. Okay, I have time, so I'm going to take a break, but let me catch up on chat. The Stavka Basalt line was to trash if the envelopment trash sub fired. So if they had 1 less credit, they would have let the envelopment trash. And then Ob would have gotten us Stavka, and then Stavka, when you res it, you can trash a card to boost its strength. So we would have trashed the agenda out of the remote, and then the Basalt can pick up the agenda, and we could have scored it with Hollow Man because they didn't have enough money to trash the Hollow Man. If I drew up to 5 there and drew an event, you might have still died. Yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah. But like the like what did we lose, right? We lost. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, Bravado got shuffled back. Yeah. So I like what? My hand was 2 events, a program and a hardware. Yeah. So you'd expect them to hit one of the events, and then one of the events would be left there for Complete Image. Yeah. That makes sense. That's so like, I don't know. That's like, it's such a cheese deck. Like, I mean, that's what, like, I can't believe, I mean, we can talk about this now, but like, I can't believe like we've been, like this is what I've been spending like my last, like I guess just yesterday, because like trying to find a corp is like, it seems like we're in this situation every single meta is that it's like impossible to find a consistent corp. So, because like all the corps are just doing cheese. Like I don't know, like the meta's like started to, decks have been showing up and like decks can develop a little bit more, and you kind of understand like what kind of decks you're playing around and what kind of runners there are, what kind of corps there might be. And we're all like, I don't know, like there was like a big rotation, lots of cards gone away, new cards come in, card pool's a lot smaller, yet we're still like, it just feels like the exact same thing as like every year in the past, which has been corps suck, they're not consistent, how do we find a consistent corp? You can't, so then you like play things are like some kind of like weird combo that tries to catch people off guard. And I mean, like, that's like, the Ob is like my attempt at like not doing that, but like, you know, as I said at the very start of the stream, like I think the Ob is sus. There's a lot going for it. I don't know, and maybe we'll be able to see that later today. But Um, like all corps are like losing to most things. Like all corps are like very much losing to runners in general, and like it's just a matter of like how do you find something consistent? Well, you can't, so you just have to like find stuff that's like that's very cheesy, um, and like that's like the way you can like consistently ish win corp games is like, well, if I just like win maybe 60-70% of my corp games, that's good enough. But like I don't know, that's a little too. I would like to play something less random, um, and like I'm not even sure the ob is that, because the ob is just like the ob is like more consistent than most decks because like I have more openers. Like I have two Antilles, two Cyber Sands, a Humanoid, and like the Regolith. Let's say the Regolith doesn't count. So like you have two Antilles, two Cyber Sands, a Humanoid. You can like Ice Hedge Fund, um, and then like your Mavericks and your search effects can figure it out. Um, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take a break. There is. Oh, actually, there's not that much time left. There's like 8 minutes. So yeah, I'll be back. I guess I'll open this and leave it like that. Okay, I'll be back, y'all. Okay, time to go. Look at this. We're up against Dark Terrence. We're at the bottom table, which is like an oof. But we're against Dark Terrence, and it turns out Dark Terrence is one Aeromancer, who is Josh from whatchamacallit, from Toronto. Josh Quinlan, the guy. There's like 4 people. I don't know. There's like, it's a very low list of like a very short list of people that I recognize like quite like Josh. Because back when I was like, this was like Magnum Opus, I think, like 2018, maybe it was 2017. It was either 2017 Worlds or 2018 Worlds, back when like I wasn't traveling and going to very many events. I was watching the World stream and watching this guy, watching Josh play what the heck is that? Biotech. Jinteki Biotech, and like motioning cards on the board and then pushing his glasses up. I remember that very clearly. One of my very early Netrunner content moments. I need to turn the deck list on. Let's do that. Move this up. That looks good. I think we're all good. Let me just full screen. Sure. Okay. Okay, I think we're fine to go. Again, we don't like opening hedge is really good, but we didn't find an econ asset to start, which is what we're really looking for. But like hedge ice is totally fine. We're supposed to wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you going to Montreal? Or... let's do it that way. Montreal is the Continentals. That is happening in August. I will likely... okay, round 3 begins. Here we go. So we want to get the Masquerade on HQ because they're probably going to poke HQ, and that's just going to give us a little money back. And if they roll Mark on Archives, that sucks, but it looks like they got Mark on R&D. That's like a good little balance because we can res both our ice, and if they like Mark HQ, they might just like boomerang transfer wealth right in. They're probably going to do that anyways, but it's just going to be a little bit less good with the Mark on R&D. Yeah. Lots of locals in that area, though. Bravado R&D. Let's just get the Kesselroyd res. It's going to prevent them from getting their click back, prevent them from getting an extra credit from Bravado. So this seems fine. And like Crim is like a matchup where we really need to get our econ going. So far, this is a good start. We want to get another ice on HQ, because now that the ice is rezzed, they know exactly what they need to get in, but like in the meantime, we still just need an ice on a remote. So give me that ice, please. We didn't find it. That really sucks a lot. That really sucks a lot. Now I could just go install Tranq, install Cyber Sand. It's better to just find ice, though. Like, are they going to run and trash 2 cards? Maybe. Let's go for it. Like, if we draw like a bad card, like the thing is, like, if we draw, our turn's going to be awkward still. Unless it's exactly a piece of ice that we can throw out in a new remote, and then we can like put both these cards in the same remote behind ice next turn. But we'll take on a little bit of risk here. So far they've clicked to draw twice, which is a really good start. And if they don't run any of these, we can Cyber Sand onto the Tranq. And then maybe we'll get going. Looks like they're going to run one. And it's going to be the Cyber Sand. Now the question is, do we pop it? No. We can just let them pay $4. Would have preferred if they ran the Tranq grid. Because obviously the Cyber Sand gets us the humanoid, whereas the Tranq grid does not, so they rolled the right 50-50. Now we could just score the green mail off the Tranq grid, but that's like so bad. We need to find an ice. Wow, really? Really? What is happening? Man, we are just like not supposed to do well today, I guess. That's like crazy. Like, I can extract the Maskarovka for an ice on a remote, and then we're not going to have ice on HQ. Like, that's not the play. We can install Anthill, extract the Anthill for a Kesselroyd, and then put the humanoid in the remote. Like, that's also, like, they're definitely just going to be able to get in there. That's so bad. Okay, let's put the Hollow Man on HQ. We're going to bluff some random upgrade. Like, maybe we're playing Skunk, and that like... Well, the problem with that is, like, they can still just click through Skunk and transfer. So, decent argument to put that on R&D instead, but there's, like, really nothing we're doing this turn. That sucks. What the heck? Yeah, if I don't find an ice next turn, like, what are we doing? Like, we're actually just going to Anthill and extract for an ice so we can put the humanoid behind this Tranq grid? And then they're definitely going to, like, install Kurapira, run the remote? We can maybe catch him off guard with a Stavka later in the game if we fall too far behind, but, like, we really shouldn't be relying on that. So we really cannot afford to just be falling behind randomly like this. Man, here goes the Tranq. It's definitely getting trashed. Oh my god, it's not even getting trashed. Wow. So they really rolled the right 50-50 last turn. Spin Doctor. That's funny. You're baiting me to draw more cards. I mean, I guess so. Oh my god. What is that? Like, the saving grace we have right now is that they think we're playing kill. Yeah, I'm just drawing a card and playing hedge fund. What the heck? Like, I can't use this now. We have it for next turn. I can put it on HQ. That seems like a losing line. So we're just going to throw some of this out. We can keep the Azif, I guess. Because that's just a way we can do well this game. We can get a Takana with the Anthill, and then we can score the green mail. But no, we're keeping the Azif. Wow. That was like Spin Doctor. I don't know, like installing Anthill and extracting Anthill for Kesselroyd is like also like that's just terrible. But it's like what you have to try for, and then like drawing the spin makes it like just good enough that like we can install that, draw 2 cards, and if we find an ice, we can put an ice on top of either Humanoid or Anthill on the Tranq grid. Got the mark on HQ. That's pretty good. Hit the extract. Nice. But yeah, like what turn is it? Like it's turn 4. I've spent 4 turns and my board is like a turn and a half. Like you could call it 2 turns because I gained some money, res some ice, and I installed a Tranker. That's all I've done this game. Okay. Okay, so I guess we're scoring the Basalt later. Oh, the Hollow Man got trashed. That's right. So we can get the Anthill, or I can get the Humanoid. I think we just get the Humanoid. I just have to draw. Get our cards up. Yeah. Sure. That is good. Alright. We could draw an extra card there. Could draw an extra card there and pitch the Basalt Spire, but they shouldn't. I don't know. Well, they got Mark on HQ again, so they might come back. It cost them a click, so they might as well. They're running Archives. That makes sense. Okay, there's the Sandstone. They're gonna bounce. This makes sense as well, that they're just poking. I'm doing okay on money. That's the only thing we have. If we can fire this, we can like install a new card in the Tranq, put a second ice on HQ or the remote. But again, like our tempo is just still behind. Like whatever we choose to install is still just going to be not that good. Okay. And I can get a Spin Doctor instead of the Excavator. Because the Spin Doctor is going to shuffle the Hollow Man back, and we are going to need that. Get the Tithe. Not what we want to draw. But also the Excavator is like a bit of pressure. Yeah, we'll go Excavator. There's some agendas. We don't have an ice for HQ. That is Afshar or Winchester. We have other ice for HQ. We're definitely going to like put the Tithe on HQ here. We could also Tithe Archives. But no, like we need to get the Anthill in the remote, and like this is just hella awkward. Ugh. Oh god. Didn't find a hedge fund. Oh, we've played both our hedge funds. That's right. So I guess we're just playing the extract for $3, which is fine. Okay, so we're always installing this in server 1. So I guess we're just installing this in server 1, gaining $2. We're going to install either the Tithe or the Maskarovka on HQ. Like, if we put the Maskarovka, the Tithe's going to go on Archives. But the thing is, like, they're probably playing their clean getaways this turn. I have to put a second ice on HQ. And they have Alarm Clock, too. So, like, it might just be better to just put the Maskarovka. And then we're going to play the Extract. Say done. And then we're going to have to throw a card out, which I guess is Green Mail. Like, we need both of this ice. The Tide needs to go on Archives later. And the Stavka we definitely need, so... yeah, it's just going to be the Green Mail. You never want to just pitch an agenda with no plan for it. But we're behind. We got to do it. If they don't roll Mark on Archives, they shouldn't. Well, no, they might just like clean getaway Archives if they don't roll Mark Archives. Mark HQ, that's good. And they're running anyways. Okay. That's quite good, actually. Because the Maskarovka is just going to get res. We're probably going to gain $2 here, and they're going to bounce. But yeah, clean getaway is like just going to be running Archives, and they're going to be stealing this Green Mail, I expect. If they don't, that'll be amazing, and then we can put the Tithe on Archives, and then it's going to be awkward to clean getaway in the future. They don't have any in hand right now if they don't install it. Ooh, okay. That's very fine. Wait, they have no money. They have $1. They can trash Anthill. Sure. This is great. It's using a boomerang. The fact that there's an agenda in the bin is like really bad for Hermes. But that's what we were dealing with. I can get a Takana with my Excavator. I can also get a Spin Doctor, trashing the Tranq grid. I think that's what we do. Because I need to spin back. Oh, I need to spin back so much stuff. Like the one-pointer, the Hollow Man. I think that's just what we have to do here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I need cards. Okay. No Mavericks. We were looking for a Mavericks. We can try to score the Basalt with Install Advance Ice It. That's not bad. Might be our best attempt. We can also just throw ice on the board and see what happens. Tithe on Archives is just going to be good, but this might be the time to score. Okay, we're going to go for it. We can also spin Doctor the Hollow Man and excavate that out. That's also quite good. So actually, we're going to do that. We're going to go like this, put another ice on server 1, and put an ice on Archives. So then next turn we're gonna pop the Spin Doctor for the Hollow Man, and then excavate the Sandstone for the Hollow Man. That lets us go Hollow Man Advance. We can even play the Slash and Burn, although we don't have to. Which means we're not, because we can just Slash and Burn the 2 Azif protocols out of hand. And we are on our way. Okay, so pop this, get the agenda back, get the Hollow Man back. We don't want the agenda sitting around in there because they're going to be like Hermes bouncing. So let's do that. And then we're going to get rid of the Sandstone. So we're going to go start turn. Get rid of the sandstone. Search for this Hollow Man. In server 1. We drew another Basalt Spire. Okay. Now the thing is, I could play the Slash to keep the Hollow Man around. I think we are going to do that. Because they're going to bounce the ice and I can reinstall the ice. Because otherwise we're discarding. Yeah, so because we have like 2 Basalt counters to pick up the Slash twice anyways. So we're going to do that. We're going to expend and score. Now I would love to have a Takana in my hand, but I don't. Missed a chat here. They're going to bounce ice. If they bounce the Kesselroyd, we'll just reinstall it. If they bounce the Tithe, we're just reinstalling that as well. Yeah, we can just pick up the Slash. I could install another agenda on the Hollow Man, but we don't actually need to, because with the 2 ice on HQ and the Slash and Burn, we don't actually need to do that. If they run Archives, this Tithe is going to fire. Mark is Archives, so they'll likely just poke it. I'm just playing like a bunch of end runs, so I'd be surprised if they don't poke this. And we're probably just going to Slash and Burn and trash the Excavator. Oh, wait. I don't need to Slash and Burn. We have Hollow Man. True. True. Boomerang. Okay. I'll still res it. Okay, and then we're gonna do this, and it wasn't an agenda. We're gonna pick it up, and they're gonna access. And I guess we just Hollow Man score. Do we excavate? We can excavate for a Kesselroyd just on HQ, which is just cash. I think we do that. We can get a Spin Doctor. That is unnecessary, I think. Yeah, let's just get cash. So you get a Kesselroyd. Oh, wait, I can get Takana. That's definitely better. And then we just like reinstall a new Maskarovka on HQ. That's going to cost me an extra credit. But now I have a Takana. Sure. Right? I could get an Afshar on HQ, actually. That's probably just better. Okay, so let's get a Takana. We're not going to move Hollow Man. We drew another Slash and Burn, which is crazy. And then we're just scoring. We'll trash the... Oh, we might as well trash the Kesselroyd, actually. Because they're just going to bounce it. Yeah. Let's deal the Azif damage. We lost a mutual favor and a unity. That's beautiful. Let's put an Afshar on HQ. And then this extract, I guess, is not needed. Probably the Stavka's less needed than the extract. Okay. Well, we win next turn. At least we should. There's no res cards on the. There's no unres cards on the boards. There's no Hermes shenanigans. The Ob is interesting to play. There's lots of different options going around and things you need to figure out. And I guess like, yeah, like we scored the basalt at the one window that we had to score it. Kind of figured it out from there, but yeah. He has to trash this. Well, no, like he doesn't have to trash the Hollow Man because he knows I have Slash and Burn in hand. But yeah, that's like there's no way. I mean, like he has to like run. He has to run HQ and steal the Asif out of HQ. I mean, he could just get another twinning counter and C3 and just win the game out of HQ. How many agendas have we drawn? We drew the green mill, right? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 agendas out of 20 points. There's still 21 cards left in the deck. Ugh. Yeah. It sucks. Alright. I have it. Yeah. Mine was going very bad. I guess you had the worse. But he's been around for a while. Like he knows that like based off my first couple turns, like all I had was the Ice Hedge Fund, and then like the next like turn 2, turn 3, and turn 4 were all awful. Yeah, usually I would expect a Bravado or Clean Getaway, Carpe, lots of stuff in there. Crystalline discarded them. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Like he like drew a bunch of cards with Class Act. It was awkward. It's hard to discard cards as Crib. But I think, yeah, he says I'm sensitive about discards though. Yeah, exactly. Me too. Although I think the Alarm Clock was probably a bad install. The Twinning, I don't think you can afford to just discard Twinning. And like if you just actually just have breakers in hand, like man, that sucks. Yeah. I think the Twinning is very tough to discard. Discarding Alarm seems fine. Maybe throwing the Kurupira on the board makes me slow down. Yeah, the Kurupira makes me think because I had a barrier on HQ barrier and R&D, so like a boomerang and a transfer away, but yeah. Yeah, very rough. Okay, well, I mean we're 1-2 now. Gotta keep going. My The thing is, like, I've been playing against strong opponents. Like, I've been playing against very strong opponents. So, maybe our SOS will be decent despite starting 0-2. Like, you never want to start 0-2 and have a good SOS. You're usually not going to have a good SOS going 0-2. But a few rough games here today, but I also joined on Lark. You are, yeah. I like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'd expect like if you're looking to do well and you go 0-3, I'd expect like you might drop. But that is not something I have to think about for now. Okay, let's go. Turn this off. LMAO, woo money. Yes. Runner having no money is a problem for them. Yeah, hey, Chris, how's it going? Yeah, I guess that's what got me there, was that they had the Hermes down and had the alarm clock and the twinning, and like that was cards that, like, luckily I had my ice rezzed, and it was fine. Yeah, I mean, like at the very least, like the ob is at least fun to play. Lots of stuff to think about, lots of different combos. Like, it's still not the type of Netrunner that I would want to play, because it's still very, like, I mean, ob as an ID is just very, like, there's a lot of solitaire in it, I feel, but like if you get up to like the higher, like, you know, the higher levels of thinking, and like you understand the Maverick, Spin Doctor, Excavator stuff, and your opponent understands stuff, then like then the game can be pretty cool. Was scoring the second of Basalt a possible line? I think the as if was better, but just wondering. Yeah. Like, I think I could have. Well, okay. So that's really tough. Like, I imagine what you're talking about is that turn where the turn where I scored the Basalt. The turn where I scored the first Basalt, which would have been here. Right? Like, we like score the first Basalt, and then instead of icing Archives, I just throw the next Basalt in there. Did I have that at the time? Yeah, I did. Yeah. So just like Hollow Man / score, they bounce the Archives ice, and then we just say, I'm not going to care about Archives, and then we're just going to install the Basalt in the remote. This is like super risky because they can boomerang and run in, and they can just steal it. That they like, it's not like we're still probably going to go on to win the game because we still have the two Azif protocols in hand with the slash and burn, so it probably didn't matter. We could have just given them this agenda, but it's like there's a little bit more risk because maybe they find a way to get into, like, cheese away into HQ with like the alarm clock and another boomerang, maybe. See 2 out of twinning, and that can be GG if they just steal 2 agendas out of HQ after that. Yeah, so I think just like throwing the ice on Archives is just going to keep us super safe because the Hollow Man is still a threat. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, they had an awkward hand. Like, we just drew a bunch of breakers. Let's see the class act draw. Yeah, like, that's so bad. Like, they're probably playing Carpe Diems, Clean Getaways, Bravados, like, all things that they can just throw at me for money. And I was thinking about that on my turn, right? Like, I want to put the Tithe on Archives for the Clean Getaway because I'm expecting that to show up. But no, like, they drew. Oh, and then, like, I guess, like, this was an important point, right? Where I pop the humanoid and I install a second ice on HQ, and like we have to put a second ice on HQ because boomerang transfer of wealth could be a thing in their hand, and it turns out that was the only thing in their hand. So getting the second ice on HQ here was very, very crucial. All right, well, 1 and 2. Let's see if maybe we can sneak into cut 5 and 2, but let's get there first and we'll talk about it. I'm gonna go off. I actually have like a ton of work to do for my course, so like if I make the cut and like play in it, like I'll play in it, but like there's so much work I need to do, so it might actually be better if I don't, so I actually have time to work. 11:34. We have about 10 minutes, so yeah, I'll be right back. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Hey, oh, missed one. Got a message from Minesweeping saying, Bling Seb completes my life. You have no idea how happy this deck makes me, and I'm not even usually a puzzler. Thank you for letting me know. That's amazing. I'd love to hear stuff like that. I'm really happy you're enjoying it. It seems like a lot of people seem to click with that type of like install cards type deck, and it is quite fun. I guess, yeah, like just installing things that cost 0, triggering Bling, and like Bling's just giving you cards that you can only use on this turn. It like makes the game very interesting, because it kind of changes the value of like, well, if I don't play this card now, I'm actually going to lose it. And if you do play the card now, it's like quite a bit of tempo because you just like drew a card, really. Yeah. Thank you for letting me know. That's amazing. I need to get into the next round. The next round's just about to start. Let me just see if we're good to stream. Oh, we're against Shu. Oh, man. What the heck? Well, don't want to run into... Of course, we know Shu well. That's why I'm like sad about it, because like you always want to play against people that you don't know that well, because when you play against somebody you do know, then like, well, one of you is going to win the game, and you don't want the other person to take a loss. And they're playing Nebula. I am familiar with Nebula. This is a kill Nebula, I would expect. Game's not up yet. But once the game is up, I'm just going to check that he's okay with me streaming. Table 12. Okay. All right. We're going to close this, go here. Okay. Have to... We both didn't have the best start to the tournament, it seems. So now, one of us. Yeah. Yeah, Shu is, I wasn't gonna bring this up, because I usually, like, don't want to just, like, tell the people that I, like, who has coaching sessions with me, unless they are okay with that. But yeah, Shu is one of the people that I coach. She was one of the people that I coach. He's been doing really well. Like all of the people I coach have been doing really well. Like it's like Netrunner is really a game where you learn quite a bit by like having somebody play with you, and just be able to review replays and stuff like that. So, yeah, Shu went to OTG last weekend. Didn't have a great start, but then finished off very strong. Was one win away from the cut. So that was just like it was like an unlucky start. Like he paired up against some pretty good players, and at the very start, took some early losses. Yeah, we haven't reviewed those yet, but I guess we will soon. Jackmaid, hi, how's it going? We're not in a great spot here. We're 1-2. We lost. I'm playing Scoring Ob, and actually, Jackmaid, you'll probably be happy to see something like this. This is my corp. We're playing a scoring ob deck. So it's the idea is that we're gonna have consistent starts with Anthill, Cybersand Harvester, Humanoid Resources, and 2 hedge funds. I mean, like, so far that we've just gotten variance, I think, in like our 2 games. We had like a game against Sebastiao, which was like we had like a ton of purging effects, but they like surprisingly didn't install very many viruses, which was just like the variance of us having our tech and they not having their cards. But like they like had a pretty slow game, and I had a slow game to match it, and then we like ended up losing that game on time in a situation where I really could have and should have won if the game had gone on for a little longer. So yeah, started off with like we could have drawn that game in a couple different worlds. Like we could have just scored earlier and drawn the game, and maybe even won 5 points to 4. But yeah, that it was like a timed loss. The second game we got cheesed by an AUCO. We had like great control. I'm playing Reg Sable on the other side. You'll see that in a second here. Had full control of the board. Didn't get the Penny Shaver and the Info Bounty on the board as early as we liked, so we lost a little bit of tempo early on in the game, just having to play a couple more econ cards, and then we got like Reaper Function touch-ups end of the line with like a Fat on the board and like ran into a Naked Sting. But yeah, like that happens. And here we are. We won a game against One Eromancer, where again had a bad draw with Ob, but he had an even worse draw with Reg Sable, drawing a bunch of breakers and twinning and stuff that was just expensive to install, didn't have the money for it, and then I ended up just like getting up Assault scored and scoring out with Hollow Man and Slash and Burn. So yeah, another solid one. Okay, let me get your agenda suite is quite different from what I usually play. It made some, yeah. We can talk about that. That's like, I mean, let me know what you usually play. Actually, if you want to share that, like, I'd be interested to hear what it is that you're doing, because I think there's something there. But the agenda suite is something that I'm not like ecstatic about the agenda suite. This hand is just not good enough. Like, we just don't have opening econ. We have Boomerang Transfer of Wealth, but like, which should work. Yeah, we could have kept that hand maybe. Boomerang Transfer of Wealth, Class Act, Penny Shaver. Yeah, like I think so. Yeah. Maybe we could have kept that hand. Should have thought about that a little bit more, I guess. But yeah, Boomerang Transfer of Wealth was probably actually fine. Oh, I have the wrong deck list up, don't I? Good thing I caught that now. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to catch up on chat after the game. But yeah, let me know what your agenda suite is. I'd be interested to kind of compare. If he has an operation, also remember, like, this is likely kill, so I don't want to do anything too crazy. But oh man, we have the HQ mark as well. I would love. I could just poke. I like run into Doom Scroll. Nah, we just chill. We absolutely just chill. Okay, that's some amount of econ. Unity is already in hand. The mutual favor is going to get us something else. And then these cards are going to be able to get played. I'm just wondering if the twinning is actually going to be useful right now. We're going to be getting Shesvi money. sure, let's get the twinning in hand. That's fine. That might end up being a big decision. Is whether we keep the twinning or the mutual favor. Mutual favor, like, I don't know. That's tough. Mutual favor is like also quite good. Right? We want to get our breakers down quickly and get the Shesvi down, and we can like start flipping Nebula back. Second ice on HQ is very good. Give me Archives Mark, please. Oh, sad. Very, very sad. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Dang, Archives Mark would have been so good. So clean getaway Archives is happening. And then we go Shesvi Biobands. Well, let's just start with this. Like, we're always doing this. And then we go Shesvi Biobands. Draws me 2 cards, installs me 1, and then we can install yet another card. And that's probably fine. Carpe. Pinhole's just going to be a dead card this matchup, so we can get rid of that. Okay, then we can just get the Unity on the board. We can get the twinning on the board. We want to get maximum value out of the Shesvi. So I think it's the twinning. Or sorry, I think it's the Unity. Let's get a breaker down. It's fine. And then the Nuka is fine. We don't want to show them the info bounty. Like, they should, like, try to ice Archives anyways. But if we can get a 1 in 3 Archives mark, get the info bounty down, and get a run on Archives. But also, if we don't get a mark on Archives, then the info bounty will not be doing anything. So we definitely want the Nuka first. I'm probably going to go poking next turn. Like, we're probably going to go click the Nuka and then just play the Carpe Diem and run wherever we're getting a mark. If we get mark Archives, then we're probably going to... we're probably going to Biobands the info bounty down. Which is good. We want to find our no free lunch. If this is the kill deck, there's the ice on Archives. Okay, so we're gonna run wherever the Carpe Diem tells us to run. The Biobands is gonna be useful later because we might run into Funhouse, might run into like other, like Serevna maybe. But yeah, Serevna's a card, Doom Scroll's a card, but mainly Funhouse is what we're thinking about. Yeah, we're just like concerned about... Just have to make sure we don't die like touch-ups end of the line, so we need to find our no free lunch, which is a 1 of in the deck. We have an ice on Archives and a credit. Okay. I get mark on HQ again. Okay. So I think we're never getting in here, which means I want to just play the Carpe Diem now. Could try to install the info bounty first. The thing is, like, what are we drawing with the Nuka? Like, what can we actually get? Let me see. Nothing. Yeah, there's no information we're actually gaining off Nuka-ing first. So let's play the Carpe Diem now. There is a world where we get in, but like, yeah. And again, like, we're doing this first because if it's like Serevna, we can just take damage. We don't want to take damage, but we don't want to like draw our Kurapira into hand and then make this run, right? There's nothing too like yeah. Serevna is bad. Doomscroll is bad. But there's lots of like combinations of ice where we get in here, and there's like not very many combinations of ice where we don't. So we should be able to flip them back and like make them spend a bunch of money. And he might be thinking about stuff like, I want to start the turn with 3 credits so I can play petty cash. So that's a consideration as well, is that maybe he actually only has 5 credits that he wants to spend. Or that he's... want is strong, but like there's only 5 credits that he's able to spend. Because he wants to play the petty cash at the start of turn. There's the Serevna. Okay. Kept the info bounty. That's good. Lost the twinning, lost the boomerang. Twinning is going to be really bad to lose. And we see a touch-ups. Sure. Okay, so now we can draw. There's the no free lunch. That's massive. The Shesvy's also going to be massive. Like we really just like can get into a board state where we can just like keep running with the Shesvy's. So I'm actually going to take the Shesvy here. We could take the boomerang and we can just like boomerang R&D and buy a band's R&D. That's also quite good. Which means we bottom the transfer. Yeah, we play the long game. I think that's what we're doing. I think that is what we're doing. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing. Okay. Now we can boomerang bands. We don't want to turn on Oppo though. So maybe we chill and we can boomerang bands next turn. Bands just gives us an extra bit of value here because we're going to clear a tag. But no, we're going to chill. That's good. Let's go for this, because there's no death threat right now. Threat of death. Death threat means something else. But there's still none of that either. They can play petty cash now. There's no petty cash. That's quite good. And there's a spin doctor. Sure. Okay. They're going to play YDL. If there's no YDL, then we're gonna run away with this game if there's no YDL here. And we didn't play it immediately, so that's not looking good. For my friend over there. It's not looking good if we're installing spin and not playing YDL immediately. Oh no. Okay. I mean, at least they have a planogram. I mean, it'd be super unlucky if they don't have like anything at all. New card in remote. Okay, so this is like an agenda or a spin doctor, which is interesting. I would love if I can find a class act. I would love to just install the class act with the Shesvy's. We might go for that. We have HQ mark again, which is so unfortunate because we would be running any other central here. That's really unlucky that we got HQ mark. Info bounties can be paid for with the open market here. We're just super poor. But we have to run that, right? I think so. Then we like boomerang R&D, credit, buy bands. Man, what the heck? We're just giving him this? And it could just be an agenda on the board, too. Boomerang R&D credit buy bans is god-awful. Like Bravado would be great. Let's draw once. Okay, there's Class Act. So we can install that with the bans. The Mamie's also really good. Oh my god. What the heck? Okay. Like, we just need money. Install Info Bounty credit. No run. Give them a score. Then they get this false lead scored. Can we allow the false lead to be scored? We probably can. We definitely just installed a Mamie. Okay. This is awkward. Okay, we're gonna run this. We're gonna install the Mamie, take a credit, and then run this, just in case it is an agenda. And if it's a spin doctor, it'll make them like pop their spins too, which is good. It's not ideal, but here we are. And if it's Behold, get wrecked. It could be like next big thing, and then they like oppo me for 4 tags. That would also suck. But they're thinking here, so that makes a lot of sense. We're gonna... if they let me access the spin, I'm just gonna bounce. Which maybe means this run just isn't good at all. Yeah. Okay, there we go. That's good. It's good to get those out of here. They're gonna get to score here, though, which sucks. If there's a petty cash in the bin, which they should be. Oh, they're letting me trash it. Well, I'm not going to. But okay. I don't want to take 2 oppo tags, not right now. Petty cash can score. Touch-ups can score. I think that's all they've got. So petty cash in the bin or touch-ups in hand can score a false lead. And we saw the touch-ups actually. So oh, no touch-ups. Okay. Probably gonna see the second ice on R&D then. Yeah, my econ's been very slow. But we have like draw on the board. I think we're doing okay. This no free lunch is gonna help us a lot. The fact that no score is like quite good for us. Draw click 2. Second ice R&D. Okay. Mark Archives would be nice. Mark Archives means we can info bounty boomerang and buy bands. Ice on a remote. There we go. Okay. Info bounty, boomerang, buy bands. We can pay for all of that. Thing is, we won't have the Shesvi down. Which means we're basically just installing the other Shesvi. Unless we can get something else. We can click Nuka to start. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna have 2 clicks remaining. Yeah. Okay, Penny Shaver's really good. Open Market's really good. Lie Low is really good. Echelon is also really good. But we need our econ first and foremost, so... It's going to be the Echelon to the bottom, and we're going to install the Penny Shaver, I think. We need the Lie Low in hand. That's an important tech card. Okay, we can install the Penny Shaver here. Oh, we're not going to get the money off the Penny Shaver, though. We're not going to get the extra $1 on the Penny Shaver, which sucks. That sucks quite a bit, actually. Funhouse would be awkward if they put a Funhouse here. I mean, we would have to just clear the tag with the buy bands. Ping, same thing. Mesna Chesfo's, like... They probably don't even want to res Mesna Chesfo, but... Like, Mesna Chesfo's like the thinker. Oh, okay, sure. I can break that. I didn't know this deck played Virtual Service Agent. I guess we're breaking it. Okay. Rip Boomerang. That also means we're installing the open market. Which is what it is. Let's buy bands to draw 2 cards. Clean Getaway's fine. Let's install a card from my hand. We're going to install the open market. And we're going to steal the next big thing. Sure. Okay, so we're going to get oppoed here. But we have the Lie Low. We have the Clean Getaway. We're doing okay. Still no free lunch down. We're doing okay. He's going to spend a bunch of money oppoing us. That's actually... I think that's actually fine. Especially with an oppo in the bin as well. So there's only 2 left in the game. If he plays 1, there's only 1 left in the game. Of course, he can spin it back, so it's not really gone. Likely get shuffled back. He can petty cash here to get an extra click and just score. That's probably like an overall better line because the oppo's just going to be active later. Yeah, it looks like that's what they're doing. I agree with this line. That's the right. I think that's the right choice. We got R&D mark. Now, I can always clean Getaway Archive, so that's actually quite nice. Would love to run into R&D, but like to get our info bounty money, but it looks like what's not happening. This Lie Low is going to be really important, so we never want to play that for draw. I think we're just going Penny Shaver, run Archives. Yeah, we can start with the draw. Open market's fine. Clean Getaway is fine. We're probably doing the open market. So, sure. Penny Shaver. Clean Getaway. Should have given them an opportunity to false lead, but it's not the time. Now remember, Oppo requires me to have stolen or trashed a corp card, so this is not going to be active just by running. And then we're just going to get this down. So we have all our tech. We have 3 points. They have a false lead, though. If they don't have a false lead, then, like, you know, we're doing really good. They could get a second false lead if they have that with the touch-ups, which is definitely in their hand. They can shuffle the Avilo back. That's actually quite bad. So I do need to get them flipped sooner rather than later. Because they could just make me lose my whole turn with false lead. And that can, like, easily just be the game. There's nothing I can do about that, though. Like, I need to get my breakers still. And it just comes down to did he draw it? Like, running into HQ or R&D is going to lead me into agendas that I don't like. Agendas that I can steal, but, like, it's definitely going to be something I want to do. Oh no! Oh, that's a thing. Okay, so I have to just clear this. Otherwise, I just die. But, I mean, like, they could have always, like, public trailed and, like, trashed the no free lunch, so. Oh, well. It's going to make me use that. Now they're a little bit... They have less money. They're not going to flip back, so... I could go for a poke out on R&D here. Give me a barrier breaker. Not a barrier breaker. That's a Carpe Diem, though. Sure. The transfer is obviously really good, but I don't have a way to get through this unsmiling. There's probably more unsmilings in R&D. No, I can't just run. What are we doing? I can't just run into this. Like, I have to install a breaker. So I have to just draw. Right? Like, Doom Scrolls and Serevnas are just going to be firing? I can't have that. Ugh. Okay, so I guess that means we're going to keep... Well, the Carpe Diem can get us money later. We'll click the Nuka next turn and hope we find it. I could click it now. Actually, we do click it now. No. Like, I could draw a card now. No, we'll just click the Penny Shaver. This is bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. We know they have the touch-ups, so, like... Oh, okay. So they don't. Okay, so they don't have a false lead. We've been getting really lucky. Like, we really should have just lost this game here. They finally found their YDL. Yeah, they missed the turn with the YDL. They missed, like, some scores just because they didn't have the cards. That happens with Nebula, though. Okay, give me a breaker. That's not it. Okay. Well, they've drawn 2 fresh cards. I mean, like, they've drawn a fresh card with the click, and then they're gonna Mando a card next turn. We got Mark on HQ. Do we just slam this class act? We totally do. Totally do. I mean, okay, that's what we're doing, right? We're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna play class act. We're gonna play the gamble. We're gonna install the class act. And we're gonna install the Shesvi. And we're gonna see 4 more cards. And we're probably gonna get a second false lead scored on us, and we're not gonna have very many turns to live. There's our breakers. I mean, part of this is self-induced, right? Because I bottomed mutual favor early in the game, and I bottomed the echelon as well. I think the echelon was more of like I did need to bottom that because the other cards were really, really good. But the mutual favor, I don't remember what the other card was, but I remember it was like close. It was a close call, and like bottoming the mutual favor was the greedier line, and we took the greedier line, and here we are. Planogram for gaining money is not a score, which is really good for us. So now I definitely just install my breakers and I don't run, because the threat that they're posing, if I don't run, is to score another false lead. But they don't have that, clearly. Even though we know there's a touch-ups in hand. So basically, if I don't run this turn, we're just rolling a 1 in 25 that they draw a false lead. And that is okay. So we're just going to get our breakers down and relax. Because once we like get these breakers down, we can run next turn, and that's going to be much more effective because we're going to have more clicks next turn. The question here is just whether or not I draw. And I think we do. We can draw a card, play 3 cards, and discard the penny shaver. We just have like a bunch of events in hand, which is not what we want. But like, I think money is not going to be the problem. And mutual favor is good to have. We'd actually rather just mutual favor out the echelon. Because the revolver is actually just a straight waste of time. Maybe we just do that next turn. We don't even install the revolver. I think so. I think so. Yeah, this is fine. We're just gonna not run. We're gonna throw out the penny shaver. There is some merit to like not having events in hand so that the touch-ups doesn't get rid of events. It's gonna shuffle the deck too. Installing the class act was like necessary at the time. But we want to get our 3rd class act, because getting our 3rd class act is a way that we dodge death. We've lost the what do you call it? The no free lunch already. Did they top deck the... This should just be an embedded reporting. Yeah. And we have Archives Mark, which is just going to be value. So that's nice with the mutual favor. I think we want to shuffle our deck first, and then we're going to Nuka to see if we can get that class act. So we're going to Bravado Archives, mutual favor the breaker, and then Nuka. And playing our cards right now is fine. Okay, we're going to mutual favor out the echelon. So this shuffles our deck, because I'm pretty sure we bottomed that other class act. And then we're going to Nuka. Is there a reason to save the Nuka? No, I don't think so. Didn't find the class act. That sucks. But we're definitely just going to let him be. And then I'll start running next turn, because we got our echelon down now. The gamble is fine. The transfer of wealth is definitely what we want. I guess we just keep the bravado. I think I want to draw again. We don't... Okay, no, we can't actually, because... Well, no, because the Lilo we're never actually going to be using for cards. But we should only try to draw with Class Act once a turn, because we don't want to, like, run out of cards. So I think what we're doing here is just playing the gamble and clicking this, and then we're just gonna pass. They can touch ups to score a false lead if they just top deck that. That's a 2 and 24. Again, we can't like give them these draws over and over and over again. But yeah, here we go. Okay, so they're gonna like get rid of they know that the lie low is a big part of this strategy against the false lead. So I expect them to shuffle the lie low away, and just one of the transfers is fine. And then we're gonna need to draw that back, either the lie low or the other one. Oh, it is a false lead. Dang. Top deck false lead, hey? Okay. So if we run now, we just die. So we have to like stay alive. Yeah, no actions make sense. Like I can let them get to game point, right? The next big things are still just going to be present. So we just have to draw here. Nice. And then we need to find our class act. Just go for it. Yeah. Don't have a ton of time. If I draw again, thing is we're going to be playing two of these transfer wealths. So we don't actually want to be messing around too much. We could have played the transfer of wealth on that turn, actually. I think we draw again. Beautiful. Okay. Everything is okay. The revolver we're never going to need. And the mutual favor we're never going to need. These cards are like, the bravado we're never playing either. And then basically, like, we just want to have 5 cards in hand, and the class act is going to draw us 4. And then, like, the transfer is actually going to take away a bit of their money as well, because they're going to want to be paying... Oh, actually, wait. What am I talking about? Because now that they have the 2 false leads, the Lilo and the class act doesn't actually matter. Unless they pop a false lead on my turn. Which is possible. So it matters, but very slightly. Like, now that the 2 false leads are scored, like, it's going to be really tough. Oh, time is coming up soon? Let me see. Oh, it's in 2 minutes. Uh-oh. Okay, I think we're playing transfer. Didn't get mark on HQ, which sucks. If this gives us a tag, yeah. Okay, so if I take a tag, can I die? They'd have to play touch-ups. Ugh. It has to be touch-ups end of the line. Which they probably have. But they also have to have messed on the... Oh, no, they don't. Sure. Let me just take 2 credits. Ah. Time's actually really bad for him. I feel bad. I do feel quite bad because because time is gonna help me a lot. Ugh. Yeah, time's gonna help me a lot here. Okay, well, I got 2 clicks to find an agenda. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just like transfer to see a card and then run R&D to see a card, and that's the game. We can... There should be like a next big thing in HQ, but there's probably just like a bunch of operations in HQ, so it's like better to just run R&D. Mark is archives though, so let's go check that. Why not? If Mark was another server, we would have been in a better spot. But oh well. Okay, so we run archives. We check the face down in archives. We get a click back off Sable, and then we like run R&D. If we trash a card, we can run back into R&D, and if we don't trash a card, we're gonna run HQ. That's the game. Hate to do this to him if this finds me something. The other line is like I could have ran R&D first and then ran archives and then ran back into R&D with the shuffle, but like I think there should be an agenda in HQ. So there's, you know, our outs are not blank if we whiff the R&D access, but the odds in HQ should be quite bad. But yeah. Let's see it. Sudden Commandment. Okay, so we trash that and run back. There shouldn't be agendas in HQ. Because there's no false lead. The embedded reporting... There could be embedded reporting. I think next big thing they would have shuffled away, and I also put a third ice in R&D. So we're going to trash this and run back. Oh, actually, we have more clicks than that. Because if they pop the false lead, we tie. So he's actually probably going to let us continue. Hedge fund, sure. Let's ask. I'll take the odds. That's what I like to hear. Also a tie knocks us both out. Anyways. All right. Also, the odds might just be 0. So, you know. I can't break. Interesting. Show me it's probably just a 1 in 5. Nope. Go again. He's not telling me the odds. I want to know the odds. It's fine, I'm not going to ask. Alright. Give me the agenda. Nope. Alright. Good game. Just one in there, yeah? Yeah. I could have ran R&D first, and then ran archives. It was hedge. My odds are probably decent, but like I don't know. Like I don't want to win a game like that. Thing is, like there was like quite a bit of game left. Like they have to. They don't have a ton of money. The R&D ice is going to cost them money. Like at some point, I think next turn, like once I get an HQ mark, which wasn't this turn, but once I get an HQ mark, I could. Actually, I couldn't. I was gonna say I could transfer wealth, but if I could transfer wealth, then they're actually gonna double false lead me. So actually, I couldn't. All right. Yeah, that's tough. I like losing the no free lunch, top decking the false lead. Let's see if the false lead was top decked. Like I need to make sure that my read was right. Is about later actually. Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. So we top deck the false lead with the touch-ups in hand, and then we scored that, and the game completely changes. Yeah, I was doing very fine. Like, I spent an extra turn getting down the echelon, because this was the turn where I just got down the echelon, and I could have ran this turn, actually. And maybe that's just the misplay, is I Bravado Archives, get the Sable click 1 is mutual favor for the echelon, and then I could spend a click doing something random and then like running HQ, or running R&D. R&D was messed in Virtual Service Agent. Yeah, so I actually threw this game because I should have ran on this turn. Dang. Yeah, I really did actually just throw this game. Yeah. Let's try and play safe with like the echelon. But really it was click 1 install echelon, so I should have ran this turn. That's so bad. Install echelon, spend a click, run second last click, no false lead, and we just like get into HQ, break through the funhouse, break the funhouse, break the unsmiling, clear a tag, and then like I just have like this server on lock, and then I can run R&D next click. Like we're doing totally fine. Yeah, no, I threw this one. Huh. Need to be a little more precise. Also, it was probably just a misplay here. Like, yeah, I'm just being way too safe. Because this turn, I should have just installed the revolver. Like, what am I doing here? right? He spends a turn. Like, I should just install the revolver here because we have tons of money, and the Shesvies are just going to pay for everything, and we also have the info bounty. So yeah, I was just playing way too safe. Like, instead of playing the Carpe Diem, I should just throw the revolver on the board, and then now we can run, right? Get our accesses with a click left, clear our tag, playing around the false lead. And then, like, if we ever have, like, the extra click, then we mutual favor the echelon down. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm just playing around too much because, like, we still just die to oppo for 4 tags, pop the false lead, and now we can only clear 2 tags. We're gonna have 2 tags remaining. We're just gonna die to, like, touch ups end of the line or double end of the line. Because at this point in the game, I didn't have that class act down, so I think that was what was just, like, on my mind, was if we can shuffle the deck and get the class act into our hand, then we can play around that to just ensure we don't die. But, like, you know, as we can see right here, like, them drawing the false lead was bad timing. There wasn't a 2 end of the lines in hand, but there was the touch ups in the end of the line, so the kill was there. Yeah, so it's not clear. Like, if I run and I, like, steal something or trash something, I mean, I'm not going to trash something, but if I steal something, then there's just going to be, like, oppo for 4 tags, pop the false lead. I can only clear 2 tags, and then touch ups end of the line is going to get us. And that would be working through the no free lunch anyways. Yeah. On the last turn, there was a false lead in the bin. They actually drew another one. Oh, they drew it on the last turn and discarded it. Yeah, we had a 1 in 5. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe there's, like, saying I threw is a little harsh, actually, because the threats were still there. Like, with what I did, I shuffled the deck. So now, like, if the false lead doesn't get top decked, we have... Sorry, I should probably be paying attention to chat at the same time while I'm just talking away. Let me read up on chat and I'll keep going. The zero boomer shuffle would have also have put the bottomed echelon in a better spot. Well, you can't break a subroutine you've already broken. So I actually just, like, cannot boomerang this virtual service agent. Jin doesn't let you break all on that or hammer because it doesn't know how the can't break more than once effects work. Yeah. Oh yeah, I could have let Serevna fire and run R&D again. But they, I don't know. They just not draw. Giving them the option to screw up would have been worth the attempt. Yeah, that's true. I think them getting into no agenda to score out made you feel like they had to top deck, but then you gave them lots of turns to top deck under the same reasoning. Yeah, exactly. Lilo can dodge false lead if you play it on the second click of the turn. But Shu knows this because I've talked to him about this during our sessions. That is a lot. That is a thing. So I'm expecting him to know about that. But yes, like, when you play against a criminal and you are playing a false lead oppo deck, you want to essentially just pop your false lead right away. Like, you have to pop your false lead after they clear a tag, click 1, because you can lie low, click 2 and 3, and then they can't false lead anymore. You can just clear all the tags. But I'm expecting him to just know about that. But like the Lilo there was there, like that was the trick in case he didn't know. But like let's start with expecting him to know, and then we'll rely on the trick if it comes up. But we don't want to like play and rely on it. Yeah, like if this doesn't get top decked here, then we're doing totally fine because now I can start running on my first click. It's the same situation, except I have more clicks to work with. So, like I run click 1, see something, steal something, I don't know, do something, and then like if we steal, like we have like another couple clicks where we can go and try to find more agendas before we get oppoed the following turn. But like the death was always coming. It's just like, can we steal agendas faster? Yeah, and the fact that he wasn't clicking the next big thing meant that there wasn't too many agendas in HQ that he wants to shuffle away, specifically the 3 copies of next big thing. So there's 2 left in the deck. Yeah, I think I definitely should have ran here. Yeah, just like install the echelon and just go for it. Like the problem is like you're always just gonna die somehow here with like oppo false lead touch ups end of the line. Like you're just always gonna die somehow. So it is what it is. Like even if we took the line where we like don't let him top deck the false lead, we're still probably gonna die. Like if we ran R&D, right? Like if we ran R&D, we'd have broken a Mest, continued, broken the VSA, been happy that we didn't take a tag, and we would have stolen the false lead. And then he would have gone oppo for 4 tags, popped the false lead, and then we're just dead on the board. So that's that. The appeal of waiting was that I could draw my class act first, and then we wouldn't be dead because I can go clear tag, pop false lead, install class act, and then we would have been okay. Oh well. That's that. I mean, I'm at 1-3 now, so that is rough. I'll keep playing. Yeah, we'll play it out and see how it goes. I will take my lunch break. There's supposed to be a lunch break right now. So yeah, okay. I'll be back. I don't know how long the break is for. 12:55. Okay. So let's go like this. All right. I'll be back. Oh gosh. Okay, we gotta go. I've already checked with my opponent for streaming. We're on table 17. Lost my thoughts. Corping. Okay. Well, we're here. What's happening here? Did we start? Oh, we did start. Okay. Okay. So here we go. We only have one piece of ice. We have our anthills. This hand's not going to be it because we're looking for 2 ice and an asset. We can go for it. And just like install, but the Basalt Spire is just going to make it so that we can't do that. So instead, we're going to go for this. Cyber Sand's really good. Okay, so we're going to go Ice HQ. This just means we're not going to get boomeranged. And then we're going to install this and install this. This is fine. I need to go get my food. I also need to... Oh, boy. Okay, we're not playing Runner. We're playing Corp. Here's the Corp deck list. I'm going to move myself up. And then we're going to... That's a Maskarovka. Now, I could just res everything and give them the HQ run. I think I am going to do that. And now we have 2 credits, so they could transfer us for 2 credits. Then they have to deal with the tag, so it's okay. Let's full screen. I think we're good to go. Yeah, okay. Now I want to go get my food. We made some eggs, and I want to eat. They're playing Bravado. Wow, very nice. It's a pretty good start. Hitting the seamless launch. That's the best case scenario. Our luck is going to improve after we get knocked out of cut. We're out of cut contention now, right? Because we're 1-3. 4 wins and 3 losses is not going to make us into a top 8 cut of this size. So we're just playing it out. We're getting the humanoid. Gonna get a fly swatter. Gonna pop this. Let's see if we can draw ourselves a hedge fund. I could get the excavator. That is going to allow us to score with the Hollow Man potentially. And it's usually just getting the excavator, but like, I don't know. We want to put an ice on HQ. We want to put an ice on R&D. We don't need to put an ice on R&D. So maybe we just get spin here. No, excavator's fine. Didn't draw an operation, which sucks a lot. The above the law is going to be... We could just jam that in the remote and just ice it. That's fine, actually. And then we can Hollow Man and Mav. Yeah, okay. So we'll put this in server 1. I mean, we didn't find an econ. We didn't find an econ asset, so that's what we're doing. Okay, should I run over there and get my food? I'm doing it. Okay, we're getting pinholed. It's an agenda. That's nice. Sometimes you get a break, and this is one of those times. Because if we got an anthill, that would have been better than the agenda, but they had a pinhole, so sometimes you get a break, and we are getting a break here. Trashing the excavator is a good play, so now we can't get the Hollow Man, that sucks. Extract off the top, maybe? We can seamless it and Mav for Tucana. It's going to cost us all our money. HQ is going to be wide open. Oh well, we do it, right? We'll wait a second, see if they want to pop their stone ship. Otherwise, we just trash the stone ship. No action. Okay, so we'll seamless, res, purge, get Tucana, score, trash that, and then we'll Tucana the Maskarovka to R&D. We could Tucana Maskarovka to HQ, actually. We could Tucana the Afshar onto HQ. It's probably best. They probably have clean getaways that they're going to play, though, right? Let's Afshar. I don't want to lose my money. I'll be back. Oh god. Okay. Sorry, my opponent's probably wondering what the heck's going on. I am being very bad. And still says we run R&D. So random poke on R&D. Good for us. A Stavka, now they know. We need an econ card. Like a Regolith. We can start with this. Wow. Okay. I want to just shuffle the Slash and Burn back, I think. Or I could just let them trash it. Yeah, okay. Let's Ice R&D and take $1. I was going to shuffle the Slash and Burn back, but I don't know. Our opponent's got $1. Oh, yeah, it's Knick-Knack As. That makes a lot of sense. I do want this Seamless back, and I do want this Humanoid back. So, guess we're popping it. We can also get the Excavator back instead of the Seamless. Let's do that. Because it's less clear that the Seamless is actually going to be useful right now. That's a draw. Wow. Okay. That's a great draw. Sure. I guess so. Guess that's what we're doing. Get the other Maskarovka out there on archives. They're going to run R&D here for their knick-knack trigger, and they're going to get in. But it's just for a turn. We're going to, like, lose a Basalt Spire, and then the whole game's going to change. Oh, looks like they're not going to knick-knack, because knick-knack's going to draw them a card. They don't actually want to draw a card here. It's actually, like, a little relieving that we're not making the cut, because during the break, I was looking at my assignments, and there's actually, like, there's an assessment that I have to do on Tuesday, and I have to submit, like, a written, we're doing, like oral argument, and I have to submit my written submissions for that by Monday morning, which is earlier than I expected. So I guess I have to be ready for that. What are we doing here? This Mavericks can get me something. It can get me Regolith. Seems quite good. Guess we relax for now. I could put it on HQ. Just to get it out there, because next turn we're going to be able to just pop it and click the Regolith 3 times. We'll have to discard a card. If they run R&D here, we probably just don't res. Although they will probably just run archives, because they've seen Stavka, so they don't want to just, like, run into stuff. And yeah, they just, like, run archives here. Oh, they're going to boomerang, sure. So we're definitely not resing, because this is just free to break with the group here and the 2 Shesbys. Oh, guess they're going to spend the Shesby. But yeah, we have to Mav out the Regolith, so no res for now. We'll get the Stavka on top later. And the Boomerang's going to be stuck there for a little bit, and they can't install a second Boomerang for the Afshar on HQ, which will be good. Okay. And then we definitely install this Stavka. And they could run the remote and trash the Regolith, but they don't have the money to do that right now. And they also have to, like, disrespect all non-barrier ice. Yeah, they have no money. And they have no, like, Mamie or anything, so they can run archives and knick-knack the class act and break the Maskarovka with the Shesvi and the Kurapira. They're kind of doing that, but they're also playing a clean getaway at the same time. This Masquerade is a little bit of a problem because they're going to be charging their Kurapira for free with it. We could throw a Tithe on top when we pop this Regolith. It'll probably be what we do. But it's not going to be until the turn after the next. It's a good draw. For now. We want the Spin Doctor. We want one of the Spin Doctors to get the Hollow Man back. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Definitely should run archives first. Right. Okay. So we can Stavka the Regolith and get Humanoid here. It's probably what we're doing. It's probably what we're doing. Oh, I said that the wrong way. Hey, we can Stavka the Regolith to get Humanoid. Okay. It's cute. They still have this Boomerang here. Guess we'll just res it. Because now R&D is actually going to cost a little bit, so might as well just res it. They're probably going to see 3 here. Which is great for me, because it's a little imprecise. But they don't have their Kogate Breaker, so that's why they're running R&D instead of HQ. As if Slash and Burn. Purge Maverick. Okay. Sure. Lives in a bunch of agendas. We're going to get that Spin Doctor to get this Hollow Man back in the deck. And we found the Hedge Fund. Okay, that's good. No agenda, though. So we still just have the Slash and Burn. And we have the KPI as well. We could just go for the Slash and Burn, although I don't have a way of actually scoring it. Unless we KPI the advancement token. Which also sucks. But the Cyber Sand's not going to get us anything. It'll get us Tithe. Which is fine. They have 2 cards in hand. Like, this is a good time to score. We, like, throw an ice on top. With the KPI, I guess. Which means we don't actually have a time to play the Hedge Fund. The rare time where we have too many operations that we want to play. There's only one more Slash and Burn in the deck. So it's like we really actually... Oh, God. We really want to Assault here, actually. I could wait a turn to see if we get a Basalt first. And just go like Cyber Sand in the remote with a hedge fund. And like a Kesselroyd on Archives. But no, I think we just play this KPI. Yeah, whatever. So install this here, gain 2. We're going to use the KPI to install Stavka on the remote, so we're going to put something like Cyber Sand Naked. This run on Archives is very free. And I don't like that at all. But we don't have the money. Yeah, so it's going to be Cyber Sand. They might run and trash this. And then we're going to play KPI. And we're going to install a piece of ice, ignoring all costs. That's going to be the Stavka on server 1. And then we're going to place an advancement counter. The Kesselroids are going to be blank. The Fly Swatter is also probably going to be blank. It's probably going to be more blank. Because they're like trying to get a Code Breaker out ASAP. So we're going to throw out the Fly Swatter, actually. Is that wrong? Probably is. Okay. We'll keep the Fly Swatter around. Maybe we'll put it on R&D if they can't find their Kogi Breaker. If we res a piece of ice, we can res the Cyber Sand for a refund. But then we can use the Cyber Sand to get the Tithe. The Humanoid's already gone. The Tranq grid's already on the board. So it's just the Tithe that's left in the deck. Here's the Boomerang on the Code Gate they can't break. This Envelopment is gonna end the run if I want to res it, which I don't. I'll think about it though. Okay, so what's the deal here? This costs 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which they just don't have. So it will just end the run, but like we don't have anything in HQ. And we don't want to pay the $5 here, so we'll just let them in. It's not a very high value run. They're going to see 2 here, which is amazing for us. Okay. That's something we want. Now I could just go like hedge fund, advance the slash and burn. They shouldn't be able to get in here. And this way we can get the Antle in the remote immediately next turn. It's just going to be a little more efficient, because if we like score the slash and burn here, they could come and run the remote, and our credits are just going to be a little awkward. So we're going to play the hedge fund. We could put an ice on Archives. We could throw the Fly Swatter on R&D. That's probably what we want to do, actually. Let's throw the Fly Swatter on R&D, and we'll advance this again. Archives is still like, I still don't like the look of our Archives. We're going to get an ice off Takana for it, so that'll be nice. So we go score, install Anthill. That's the next turn for sure. We can res the Cyber Sand first. That's just going to get us an extra $2. And we want to find anything but the Tithe, because we can get the Tithe with the Cyber Sand. That's the only card we can get with the Cyber Sand. Of course, we can pop the Spin Doctor to get the Humanoid back. We don't need to do that. We definitely need to get this Hollow Man back. Oh, and the 2 Mavericks that's in the bin. So we probably just need to pop the Spin Doctor now. Yeah, we probably just have to pop the Spin Doctor now, actually. Because we want this Hollow Man and the Mavericks back in the deck. Oh, they're going to Boomerang the Fly Swatter. Sure. Can they get in here? 1, 2. Yeah, they can just make it. So I go res and res. That's fine. They're going to see 2 cards. And there's 3 Basalts in there. They can just win off this R&D access. Their odds are not bad. I need to remember to shuffle before we get here. Gonna pop the spin for the Hollow Man and the Mav. Okay, there goes the Mav. And it's not the Basalt. Very good. So we start the turn, we found a Sandstone. And we're going to go advance, advance, score. Search for a piece of ice. Now we don't want the Tithe, because we can get the Tithe with the Cyber Sand. So I guess we're getting the Fly Swatter. That's just free on Archives. And then we're going to install the Anthill, gaining 2. And we're going to draw with the Anthill next turn, so we can hopefully find this Hollow Man. They seem to be like just running at us, which is good, but also scary. But if we can like find, I don't know. We've got tons of money with the Cyber Sand right now. And the Tithe, like, it's just going to be like a slightly more tax. Like the Stavka, Kesselroyd, Mascarovka is like pretty safe, but they are at 4 points. So like, you know, they can just win if they steal this Basalt. And because they've stolen a bunch of 2-pointers, like our agenda scoring situation is awkward unless we find the 1 copy of Azif Protocol left in the deck. Game Dragon. Okay. Nope. But the Extract is going to help us, actually. Get this Hollow Man. So let's... We can install Res Spin. Yeah. What? Are you serious? Oh my goodness. What is that? What is that? Oh my god. Okay. Wow. Is what that is. Wow. That's crazy. I mean, I guess we're gonna hedge fund and put an ice on R&D? That's crazy. How do we not have another agenda there? What? Guess it's the Sandstone. The thing is, the Sandstone is going to be more taxing later. Sandstone's just cheaper. Let's just put the Sandstone. Choose a credit-providing card. Oh. Sure. Hilarious. Didn't even know Cyber Sand Harvester had that text. There's... How many agendas are in this deck? There's like 9 agendas, and there's 4 left in 8 in R&D. Oh boy. And then, like, if they get in, they're going to be seeing 2 with twinning, so... Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I mean, I'm OB, so I can just keep stacking. Like, this is going to get the Tithe at the end of the day. The Anthill's going to get a Kesselroyd. Nope, actually it's not. The Kesselroids are in the bin. So actually I want to pop this Spin Doctor first. Oh, they're running HQ. That's so good for me. It's so good for me. Oh my goodness. Okay, if I res the envelopment, I only res it if they can break it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They can break it, and then it'll trash. Ugh. So I guess we're not resing this. This isn't going to get us a 2-coster? Oh, it's going to get us Hollow Man. Which is nice, I guess. And then we can, if we can just draw our Azif, we can just win the game like that. Ideally, that's how this game ends. We could pop the Cyber Sand for the Tithe right now. That'll increase the odds, but we probably want the Tithe on top of R&D. So there's the Basalt. We're going to install a Hollow Man in server 1. That's going to draw us 2 cards. Or, sorry, it's going to gain us 2 credits or draw us a card. We actually would rather just draw. Okay. There were 4 agendas in the deck, and we drew the 3 that don't win us the game immediately. So that's a good start. Install Basalt. We're not popping the spin, right? Because we'd rather just spin the agendas back into R&D here. I think. Thinking, actually. Because actually, that's not necessarily true. Because the envelopment does kind of end the run. We can get the Tithe. The Tithe is still in the deck, right? It's also crazy. What the heck are we doing? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. R&D costs them 10. I do want to put another ice up. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 is the remote. So we're going to go Ice R&D. I mean, or we could just take the odds in HQ here. We could just Ice HQ and then give them the run on R&D. Actually, that's totally what we do. Because we've drawn all the basalts. So we install... We don't want to do the sandstone because we don't want to let them bypass the envelopment. So we're going to do the Winchester. Sure. And we'll just play Extract. To trash nothing. This will just make sure we have money, I guess. That's fine. Okay. Think we're okay. The great thing about Stavka is if they suddenly have enough money, which they can get because they could like knick-knack the twinning and like, I don't know, they could like play something and knick-knack the twinning and that's enough money. We can always Stavka and trash the Basalt Spire, or Stavka and trash something that overwrites the Basalt Spire so that it makes the jam safe. That's nice. But yeah, there's only one more Azif in the deck. So actually, the R&D doesn't matter if I don't shuffle any of the basalts back. So that is the one good thing about drawing all 3 basalts. Because they can like run R&D, see 2 cards, and the best they can get to is 6 points. Ooh, okay. Yeah, they can get rid of the twinning. Or the Game Dragon.
There it goes. Can't break this, so we're just gonna bounce, and then we'll see where they go. They could come HQ. How much does this cost? Oh, they're going remote. Okay. They have $9, so they don't have enough money. Because it's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're 1 short. Okay, we gotta make sure we did this math right. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And they can gain give me the $2, and they have 9. So we go Res Stavka. And we can just trash whatever here. I mean, if we're wrong, we just straight lose. So we just trash this, I guess. Like, I don't know. Yeah, we'll just trash that. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1 short. Oh, I guess if I'm wrong, there is a fallback. The fallback is I... Oh, I was wrong. Oh, shoot. Okay. We were wrong. Okay, I forgot about the Kurupira. Okay, we gotta spin back this thing and get the humanoid. So humanoid, and I guess the anthill. And then we pop this to get the humanoid in server 1, say okay, and then draw us a card, because we have to get this agenda now. Otherwise they win out of archives. So archives was not the place to trash the ice? Oh my god. Because all my spins are gone. What the heck? Did I actually just throw this game? Give me this agenda. No. Oh my god. So it's archives, archives, extract the Stavka for an anthill. Did I throw the game and recover? Oh my god, I missed the Kurupira. Yeah, I remembered that earlier too, right? Oh, we're fine. Right? They can't get in here. They have to trash the Hollow Man. Or see a card out of HQ. We're fine. Oh, heart attack. Not that the game... We're out of the cut now, so it's like it doesn't matter. But, oh my goodness. No. Wait, what? I didn't have 2 cards? What was happening? Because I pulled the anthill out of the deck. Did I not have 2 cards? I thought I had 3 cards when I used Tranq to draw. I guess I miscounted. Y'all, what the heck? What? Okay, wait, what? I'm so bad at this game. What? We extracted for the anthill? I saw we had 3 cards. I guess I like looked and saw that we had 3 cards, and I like pulled the anthill and drew off the Tranq and put myself down to 1. Because the point was to draw all my cards. Oh my god. Well, I mean, I don't think Janet's wrong. Thanks. Look at the rest. Y'all, I am out of this. What the heck happened? What do you think about Winchester and R&D since 4 crest breaking doesn't work for Game Dragon? Seems good. Oh, Patrick, you are... Yeah, extract for Anthill was 2-1? I did... No, I know I drew with the grid, but I thought I drew with the grid from 3 cards down to 2 cards. So I think I just, like, lapsed in attention there, because I had 3 cards in R&D, Ob took one out, and Tranq draw took another. Yeah, so I think what happened was, like, I saw that there was 3 cards in R&D prior to the extract. And then it just, like, didn't click that I lost a card due to the extract, pulling the you know, the anthill out. And then I thought I still had 3 cards left in my deck, and then I drew with the Tranq Ridge, so then it went down to 1 instead of 2. Because yeah, obviously the point was to draw the rest of my deck to find that Azif protocol. I think that was the best line there, but I had to take money instead of draw because I just miscounted. Oofa doofa. Oh no. All right, well, we're gonna keep going. Done similar many times. Yeah. This is like, yeah, that's interesting. It's like, there's not a mistake you would make in person, right? Because you just like have R&D laid out there and you know exactly how many cards left. So when you take the card out, you're like, now there's 2 left in the deck. But yeah, I'm pretty sure what happened was I looked at the number of cards left in R&D and I saw 3. And then I played the extract, pulling the excavator or pulling the anthill out and then also drawing off the Tranq Grid, thinking that there was still 3 left in the deck and there was only 2. Ah, man. Because I had this. Right? They can't get into archives to steal, and we just like find our Azif protocol. Of course, we could have just rolled a 1 and 4 and gotten the Azif off the top of the deck as well. Yeah, I mean, not my day, but that one's on me. Okay, let me find my next opponent. We are like 1 and 4 now. We are definitely at the bottom table. We're against Sauce. Ooh. Sauce is gonna be... Let me just steam him. Yeah, I guess this definitely means I'm gonna be... Well, I don't know. If I have time, I'll try. If I have time, I'll be trying to play in like all the online megacities. It's gonna be like this one's the American time zone one, and the other ones are gonna be weird. And I haven't actually looked at what that looks like quite yet, but we will figure it out. Any side, pretty sure I'm running. If you want, I can send you my current list. Just Basalt Spires too. Yeah, I'd be interested to see it. Jackmaid. I like this deck. I honestly like. If this tournament was yesterday, I wouldn't be playing this. Like this deck didn't even exist yet. But I was just like didn't have any time to prep until yesterday, and then yesterday I was just like trying to figure out like how do we make a consistent corp, and like Ob is one of the better attempts to do that because you can use your Ob ability to get your cards, and honestly I've been liking it. It's been pretty good. The games so far have been like very like I do feel like the deck is doing what I'm hoping it'll do. It's not winning the games, but like those like things are just not going my way in a couple draws here and there. I think is what the games have been, and then like obviously that last game I would have been perfectly fine had I not miscounted. The first game against Seb, like the deck hasn't like in the games that I played practicing with it, there was a couple times where like maybe like one or two times where you don't open with a great hand, but like most of the time you do like have a pretty good opener just because you have a bunch of like you have 17 ice, a lot of it's cheap, like Maskarovka and Treeline will get you refunds back. Kesselroyd is really easy to res at $2, and then like 2 Anthills, 2 Cyber Sands, and a Humanoid, along with the 2 hedge funds means that like your opening first 2 turns should generally be okay. But I don't know, we haven't really found that in these games. But oh well, time to play Sable. Oh, I already got it out. Yeah, send it to me on Discord, of course. Alright, next game. We're up against Nuvem. We've seen Jai's Nuvem that he posted a while ago now that's playing, like, is trying to score Basalt Spires. This hand is fine. Like, yeah, this hand is fine. If we have an open mark, that'll be insane, but if not, like, we can just play the buy bands, get the open market down, and, like, just, like, poke around. Like, I don't know. It's like, this is, like, a marginally keepable hand, because, like, obviously, like, bravados are really good, and we want to see those. But yeah, it looks like we have a 2 and 3 to get an open mark here. And we hit it. I was definitely not expecting to. So we go like this. And then we go like this. This works, right? First time each turn running our mark ends. Yeah, okay. So we go like this. We run R&D. We draw 2 cards, and we install a card from my Grip paying 1 less. We're going to install the Info Bounty. We're going to access wall-to-wall, get $2 off the Info Bounty. Then we're going to install the Class Act, which was a great draw. We saw a wall-to-wall off the top, which is good to know. Yeah, and we'll just like install this and like click for credits so that we can start the next turn with a gamble if we don't have... if we like whiff our draws. You could also like draw an extra card there. But this is fine. Second Class Act. We're going to want to poke that remote. R&D again. That's beautiful. We can go and Carpe Diem that. We don't have a Boomerang for HQ, so we can't play this transfer quite yet. Let's... guess it could be like Valentau. I mean, we're just going to poke this remote here. Or we could draw click 1. Actually, we're doing that. Nice. Bravado is great. We're going to play the Bravado, and then we'll probably just reinstall the Class Act instead of using the Nuka. This should just be like some random in the run ice. Yep. That can fire. We could come after this, actually, by, like, Carpe Diem on R&D, and then Mutual Favor for Unity run the remote. That might be the way. I think I do that. Because it's the best card in their hand, right? Is whatever this card is. So let's go after it. We're gonna like die to like bite end of the line. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. It's a little aggressive, but it's good. We're gonna need to get our breakers out in this matchup very quickly, because when they jam a Basalt, we're gonna have to get it. Because if they score a Basalt, then the path for them to win becomes very, very easy. They're gonna reveal a Basalt. Then they're gonna install a new card in server 2. Sure. That should be the tree line that we just saw. We can start by drawing. I guess it's the Shesvi. Because we want the class act, maybe, but we already have the other one in hand. Okay. And then we're definitely gonna install a new class act. So let's just like run archives. Because it's free, it gets us $2. We're gonna see what the face down cards are. Wouldn't be surprised if there's agendas in here. There is. And then we're gonna go gamble, class act, and then we just throw the revolver on the table is fine. Oh, should have thrown the Shesvi in case we drew biobands. Yeah. Slight inaccuracy. Got Penny Shaver. Got nice on R&D. They really need to ice second ice HQ soon, but we still don't have it. Although the biobands could get us there. It's not going to, because we don't have a barrier breaker right now. But let's go at them. Install Shesvi, run. Install Shesvi, install Penny Shaver, run. I could also draw first. Draw first is probably safest. Just in case we actually hit that. We hit the Carpe Diem, which is really good as well. So, yeah, and Bravado would have been good as well. It can be like Penny Shaver, Shesvi, run. What's something that's going to give us a tag? And it's a barrier? Nothing, right? Yeah, we're fine. So this, and Carpe Diem seems fine. We're going to spend $5, gain some money, and then we're not dead to double measured. That makes sense. The other one can fire because it's an Afshar on HQ. And we see a seamless launch. Yep. That's also expected. And we just draw a card. Nice draw. Would have preferred a Kurapira, but the Nuka's quite good too. That's going to get us the Kurapira. This is the better order if we do find the Kurapira in the next 8 cards. Ideally in the next 4. Okay. Here's the barrier. We can just transfer of wealth and then buy a band. That's probably what we're doing, actually. Mark his archives. That sucks. But I guess we poke that first. Poke archives, transfer of wealth, buy bands. You could say there's no reason to poke archives first. They could just be seamlessing this thing, but they shouldn't feel safe enough to do that. And if I find my barrier breaker off the biobands, we might go run the remote. So I'm going to do this first. Would have loved to get Mark on HQ, but alas, can't get everything. Oh, I hit the boost button. We should hit the break button. So we're going to try again. End the run. Make me lose 2. I'm going to lose a bunch of money to this Afshar, but I think it's okay. See the seamless launch again. That sucks. Let's play the buy bands now. We're going to draw cards and clear tag. The remote's like almost certainly tree line. Draw 2 cards. There's the Kurapira. The pinwheel is also probably unnecessary, actually. That will clear the tag. We're going to see a measured response. Right. Okay, so now we can, like, install Kurapira, run the remote, and then if we do that, we actually die to double measured. We could trash this. And if they, like, score out their Basalt, that's kind of bad. We do have, like, our money's doing quite alright. We can install Kurapira, run Archives as well. I think I like that line. Trash this, install Kurapira, run Archives. And then click the Penny Shaver. One, two, three, 4. We can break anything. Yeah, we can break anything. Let's do it. We could hit threat 4 if we steal an agenda out of Archives. So there are worlds where we die here. There are worlds where we die here. Yeah. Essentially, we have to, like... He has to make us spend a little bit of money, so then we have less than... But that's not enough. So we break this. Access. There's a Mav and a Petty Cash. And then we're going to click the Penny Shaver. Actually, we should just install the open market, because we're not even on threat for the thing yet. Right. 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 Pretty sure that's correct. We got the open market going. That's the wall-to-wall. That's beautiful. Yeah, and as long as, like, he's going to be tempted to keep the wall-to-wall in there now, which is going to make the game easier for me. And now I'm happy I trashed that measured response. Next time we're going to install Nuka, click the Nuka, and then run our mark. Advance, okay, so that's the tree line, or it's a logjam. Archives is the mark, sure. Let's find a thing. Find a run event, that's Bravado, that'll do. We shouldn't need this boomerang ever, so we'll throw that away. And we can hit this Bravado. And then we can also even transfer if we want. We don't want to be too reckless though, so I should double check to make sure we can actually do that. There's the map that we don't care about. Okay, so we can transfer and clear a tag. It's not necessary. We just wait a turn. So let's draw. I think the wall-to-wall is fine. They can have that. Do they have one of everything in the bin? They do. So it could be the logjam. That's on server 2. I mean, we could just poke it and just get rid of it. I'd rather let them sit on that, I think. Maybe not. I don't know. Could just bravado it. No, if I bravado, I don't have enough money to trash. This is fine. We'll just draw a card and click this. Penny Shaver is fine. Yeah. We'll let them have that. Like, the best they're gonna do is, like, put strength on their barriers. And if I can keep my money up, we'll be in a fine spot this game. Man, I'm just remembering we lost last game. That's so sad. Oh, boy. Nuvem's making them rich. The wall-to-wall is getting bounced back to hand, and there's a card in the remote. So we're definitely running that. We're probably going to transfer first. Let's see where our mark goes. Archives again. Well, I mean, we got to run it. Make them res their ice. Bravado's good. Buy bans to clear the transfer wealth tag is going to be good. We can try to do all of that. We can start with Bravado on the remote. I mean, I can do everything here. Like Nuka, Carpe Diem, Clean Getaway. Let's go for that. There's the Clean Getaway. Nice. The Shesvi is also really good, which makes the Gamble the worst card. But the Shesvi will come back up, maybe? Or I just bought him the transfer, and the transfer will come back up later. Yeah, let's do that. So now we're going to Clean Getaway Archives. We're going to get ourselves the click back. This is just going to maximize our money in case... I mean, there's nothing that costs us a ton on the remote here, but just to make sure we can definitely get in even after we pay the $3 off the Bravado. So now we're going to Bravado server 2. Should we, like, $19 can get in, like, if we spend all our money, that's, like, concerning. Because that shouldn't happen. What's happening here? Okay. Break 3 subs. I don't know why it's... I guess Hammer's one of those cards that JNet doesn't have implemented, which makes sense. This is not Logjam, it's Treeline. So there's the $7 to get through that. Show me Basalt Spire. This could just be the wall-to-wall. Is it? It's not. It's off the books. Okay. Right. So now we can... I mean, we can just throw the Echelon on the board and play the gamble. We want to end with 5 cards in case there's, like, some, like, Angelique funny business. But let's do this. Or we could install the Shesvi. Thing is, like, we're going to want the Echelon at 4 strength for the Hammer anyways. So we're probably just going to throw this down and click the Penny Shaver. We're just going to have 5 cards in hand. We'll just play safe. We're totally fine. But I guess, like, I don't know. This is like... I was talking earlier about, like, corps that just have to Like you have to high roll a little bit as corp, like not a little bit, by like a lot. And it's like runners. The existence of like really good reg runners is the problem that's causing that. But like I just have the game completely on lock here. Like this is definitely the wall to wall, but I'm probably gonna run it anyways, just to be safe. If we get Mark R&D, that'd be ideal. Archives again. Okay. Like this is probably not a basalt. But like it could be because they're just in a bad spot. Let's see if we can find. I want to find a barrier that we can break to get counters. There should be Masquerades in this deck, so I mean, let's just run. I mean, we'll just poke around. Like, I'd love to find my twinning. There we go. And then we install the twinning, and then we run archives. We're just not going to check that. Which is like probably a throw if that is a basalt. I don't know. We could check that. You can't check it all the time though, right? And like we're at 4 point. Like there's so many reasons not to just install. So we're not going to do it. Let's see R&D. Still have that seamless in hand though. I don't know. Maybe it lets them into the game. Maybe I should run it. Oh. Yeah, maybe I should run the remote. Cost me 7, 8, 9, 10. No, we can't do that. We cannot do that. We can play this gamble though, or we can just click this penny shaver. Just click the penny shaver. We'll relax. Yeah, if we pay 10 and hit a wall to wall, and then they like install a new card next turn, like the more you run, like if you run earlier, you're gonna like have trouble when they play the same game later, when they like keep putting cards in the remote. I guess the wall-to-wall is just going to keep bouncing around, so that'll be annoying. But we can see 3 out of HQ here. So what we can do is we can run HQ, C3, see if the wall-to-wall is in there. And if we access the wall-to-wall, then we run the remote as well. That's a line. Mark and R&D. Let's just start with transfer. Take away a bit of their money. Logjam, that makes sense. It's going to cost us a ton. We're going to buy Van's R&D after to clear the tag. Unity, break, fire. I'm going to lose $3 here. We're going to see 3. There's the wall-to-wall. Okay, we are going to trash this just so they don't get to like continue to reinstall it. Seamless launch, and we just find a basalt. Okay. GG. Yeah, I mean, they maybe it's a basalt and they're out there then. Yeah, that was above the law. Yeah, okay. Also decent. Also decent. Yeah. Okay, well, yeah. Let's close this off. You're basically playing what I would play in almost every event for the last couple of years. Amazing. Reg Sable and Rush Up, yeah. Well, the Reg Sable is really good. Like the one game that I've lost with the Reg Sable was like I had full control of against Alpi playing Ayuko, and then we like I probably could have ran like this iced Reaper function earlier in the game, and yeah, I probably could have like I mean like it was just like end of the line. No, it wasn't end of the line. It was touch ups and whatchamacallit, touch ups and complete image. And like we like ran and there was like a double lost like a double fat on the board, but yeah, I don't know, stuff like that happens. I really love Transfer of Wealth. I wouldn't have thought to like it as much as it's a nice card. It's like it's very well balanced. Like I like the fact that it accesses two is like it's got the like a nice sweet spot that it's like it's very good, but it sometimes as the corp like you can actually just take it. So now like when you open with like one piece of ice against Crim and you want to get your Antil contract out there, like you could just install, like you could just like duck it. Sorry, not duck it, but like just eat it. Like, you know, install ice, install Antil in a remote, and then like hedge fund, and then they're like, okay, well if you come and steal 3 of my credits, like that sucks a lot, but it's at least okay that we can still res our ice, res our Antil, and figure it out. Yeah, oh, shouldn't have decked out there. That was really bad. Surprised we bought him Boomerang when we suspected Treeline on the remote. That's true, actually. I didn't think about that. I wasn't like we had like a good economic situation. What did I keep? I think keeping the Shesvi was really bad. The second copy of Shesvi I was actually never going to use, but I think at the time we hadn't seen the hammer yet, so like maybe it was okay. Let me see. Runner view. So we definitely had the Kurupira down. And then we installed the Nuka, drew. Right, and we saw the Boomerang along with the tree line. Yeah, no, maybe I should have kept the Boomerang because of the tree line. That's a good point. The thing is, the Transfer of Wealth is going to be very active. The Bravado is going to be very active. Like, these are all, like, super active cards, and the Boomerang... The Boomerang, okay, I mean, let's just do the math. Like, the tree line, they're going to get the third advancement, so the tree line costs me 7. And the Boomerang costs me a click and 2, so let's call that 3 credits. Even though it's better than that, because I'm never clicking for credits with this board. But let's call it 3 credits. So really, it's a 4 credit difference. And Bravado is 4 credits, and Transfer of Wealth is like more than 4 credits. Because the second we get an HQ mark, we're definitely doing it. And even if we're not, like we can come in, transfer. We're going to lose $2 off the Afshar, but we're going to make them lose 3. I'm going to gain 4 essentially if I'm going to have to clear the tag. It's kind of close. I guess it's between the transfer and the Boomerang, but the Bravados are definitely better than the Boomerang. And there's also another Boomerang in the deck, so I think I would still. I didn't think too much about the tree line thing. Because the thing is, like, you still have to confirm it's a tree line. Like, you don't want to blind boomerang it and then like run into a logjam. So, even though it's like basically, like, if it is a logjam, then the tree line that they have in hand should be installed on top or somewhere else. So, like, you can confirm that is a tree line on the remote. But yeah, like, actually, if you just compare the money, the bravado still edges out the boomerang. That's a good point, though. Transfer is so good instead with manual. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. There's like 10 minutes until the next round, and I need to like get myself prepared for this for like the online course that I'm doing, because there's a lot of work to be done that I've been ignoring because of this. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. I'll be I'll just close my screen and I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Hi. Last round. Up against Lovelace. It is table... Actually, I just had it, but it's fine. We'll pull it up again. Table 15, I'm corping. We get to play the Ob again. The Ob is, like, more fun. I mean, the Sable's fine, too. But table 15... I'm corping. Here we go. Ow. Okay. And yeah, we're just gonna play it out. I mean, like, I do want to explore, like, I don't know, get reps in with the Ob, because I might play it again. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think. Like, as I said, like, I think the Ob isn't perfect. But like this, it's impossible to find a corp deck that's perfect right now. I think. Purple, because that is my color. Purple is my color, as you can see. What do I win? I'm painting my nails according to what my opponents have chosen. Cool. Very nice. Blue, purple, green, black, yellow, red, orangey red were the options. Yeah, maybe we'll, like, I don't know, I can see, like, practicing the Ob a little bit more, making edit here and there, and then maybe it's good enough. Like, I think, as I said, like, I think it is good enough. There's a couple, like, the rounds that I've lost have just been unfortunate, I think. Like, the runners are very good, so maybe you do have to play something that's just more high rolly. This hand's not quite there. You really could keep this. I'm gonna throw it away. Beautiful. This is the kind of start that we are, I don't know. I was gonna say dream of, but really we're expecting it. Because there's tons of ice. Ooh, that's a barrier breaker. It's a good thing we have a code gate. It's a good thing we have a code gate. The one time we have a code gate. And they whiff on the code gate. They install a Taka, not the fermenter. I'm surprised by that. I think I would have definitely installed the fermenter. But, like, you're against Ob, so, like, maybe they're going to purge it and make your life awkward. So I respect it. Oh, and I should full screen here. Oh, shoot. You can say no. You can say no, but... I got distracted because of the full screening, but thank you. Okay, so now what are we doing? The envelopment's gonna be good. They didn't flip, which is not good for them. Would love to play the extract. Sure. Yeah, I don't mind this. We'll just be rude. Let's just be rude. They have, like, a pretty slow start. They're not going to get to flip for the first 2 turns this way. We're going to trash the Rising Tide here. Yes, I think I will. Prevents a flip. They're going to draw a bunch of cards, but it's okay. We'll do it. Like, we're going to keep the anthill. The Taka is probably going to cause them problems soon. So this is good. Oh, they could pay 3 credits to come in, actually. Oh, they are going to do that. Sure, that's fine. Draw a bunch of cards off the raindrops, install Paladin. That's pretty good for them. Okay, we can install Regolith. We can install Kesselroyd, Flyswatter, or Cyber Sand. I think it's just going to be Regolith. Oh, we can't res the Tranq Grid. That maybe pushes us away from Regolith. Flyswatter. But we're not doing anything else. Yeah, it's going to be Regolith. We don't need to ice archives yet. We can do that next turn. I think we're going to click this twice for sure, just to kind of get it going. And then I think we're putting the envelopment on server 1. And then later on, we'll put the Stavka on top, and we'll put another ice on top. Once we'll just like dance around Bankar for a little bit here. Hopefully we find a Basalt soon, because we can actually score this out pretty quickly with our opponent's tempo being where it's at. It's a weird run. Okay. Afshar's good for HQ, I guess. I mean, I would have just installed that on Archives, but they ran Archives, so they're going to stay flipped. We definitely click this twice and install an ice on the remote. Ice on server 1. I could Afshar HQ, but I think this Stavka is always showing up there, so we're going to do that. Just spend the clicks where we know we're going to be spending them. The Stavka is going to want to go on the remote eventually anyways, so we'll just do that now. The Biobands is really good. It's getting them their Fencer value. It's really, really good. Oh. Or it's not, actually. Oh, they're pinholing the Tranq Grid? Sure. It's fine for them as well. It's fine for me too. We can get the Tranq Grid right back. Options are Tithe, Humanoid, and Tranq Grid. I probably want to just throw the Tithe on Archives. We could get the Tranq Grid right back. But the Tithe is a really good Bankar blocker. I haven't drawn our Basalts, which is so annoying. I mean, we definitely just score. It's just a matter of how. Get the Tranq Grid back. No, we just got the Tithe. I think we just take this, get the Tithe. We could get the Humanoid, and like we could like install Humanoid, but I want to ice Archives, especially because they're playing Biobands. But like they're playing Leech. I don't know actually. Maybe we don't need to ice Archives. Huh. We could just install Humanoid. Maybe I do go for that. Okay, we're going to go for Humanoid. Change of plans. We're going to go for Humanoid. We're going to put this on HQ. And we're going to throw a Spin Doctor out there, are we? I don't think we are. I don't think we are. They've also played the Pinhole, so if they have another Pinhole, then they can trash the Humanoid that way. But otherwise, they're not. I'm going to keep it. Running R&D, that's going to let me purge. Happy to purge the fly swatter. Purge the fly swatter to purge the fermenter. It's an unfortunate sequencing. And we're going to pop this, and we found the hedge fund as well. Very good. So let's get the excavator from the deck. There's the basalt spire. We're definitely throwing the basalt spire in server 1. And we can throw the tree line on archives? We don't mind that. Oh no, because they're just gonna run and trash the excavator instead. So we'll just play actively. We'll just put the tree line on R&D, and then we're gonna play the hedge fund. I think we actually throw the extract out. Would love to have a 3-coster. If we have a 3-coster, we can score, but we can just keep it simple, right? There's lots of like trick things we can do with the extract, but we can just keep it very, very simple here. Yeah. It's between the extract and the spin doctor. Maybe it's the spin doctor. I don't know. Spin doctor is just like a little bit of security in case things go wrong, but like there's very few things that I don't see how things do go wrong. Whereas like if a piece of ice gets rezzed, then we can start doing stuff with extract. We could also like excavate the Winchester for a 3-coster to set up for an extract play, but no, it's not necessary. So we can get a tithe on HQ. And I think we might as well. So I think that's the answer. I think we might as well. So we're gonna excavate the fly swatter for the tithe. It's either HQ or archives. Like HQ is just the safest, so let's just get that. Like they're never running HQ ever now. And then we just go seamless slash and burn advance score. Now we can pick up the slash and burn with the basalt. We can score the above the law next turn. And then we can score an Azif once we draw it. Mantle. Okay. Mantle gamble. Run and trash the excavator. Makes sense. Now if I slash and burn this above the law, we're going to actually have to basalt to pick something up now. Or we can just put it in the remote and like put another ice on top, and that should get us the score as well. Could do that instead. We can just score out with what we've got. Yeah, I think so. So we're gonna go install server 1. We're gonna score the slash. I think that's the way to do it. Or you can score the above. Not sure, actually. Let's not complicate it too much. There's the Azif, sure. So we're gonna pick up the slash and burn, and we're gonna install and slash and advance and score. And I guess we'll just get rid of the Taka, because that's the one that's full of money. And then on their turn, we're just going to pick up the Azif and give them the slash and burn. Now we have the game. Unless they can rip out of HQ, which they can. They need a code gate breaker. That's the thing, though. We don't want to win games like this either, right? Where we're just like rushing out and like they don't have their breakers down in time. Is that consistent enough? I don't know. Don't think it is. GG. Okay, well that's the tournament. Okay, gonna wrap up now. Yeah. Good. Dreaded homework. All right. See you around. Okay. Well, that was the tournament. What, we finished 3 and 4. Had a couple like the time, like the deck out loss, like I shouldn't have lost. That was just like a bad miscount at the end of the game there. I mean, I miscounted the Kurapira to start off with, but it was actually probably correct to still do it that way. I just didn't have the time to figure it all out. So yeah, there's the Kurapira. What else happened? The Seb, that was a game we probably should have drawn if I had scored out with the Hollow Man, but we lost that one on time. Another time trouble one. I am taking a while to think about the ob triggers. What else? We got touch up complete imaged. And then, what was our other loss? This one, oh right, and we lost a shoe on Nebula. We lost a shoe on Nebula, and that game was like, yeah, that game was like another like tough to figure out anything we could have done differently there. Like you can take on more risk and we probably would have still lost on that crucial turn. Maybe I bought in my breakers a little too aggressively and just tried to play with money. Allowing the public trail, I guess, was bad because the public trail was able to trash my no free lunch. But that part that's kind of just comes down to timing because you're not really able to play around public trail that hard that early in the game. It was pretty early in the game, I think, and just trying to keep 8 credits whenever you're running. Like I'm already only running when it's like good enough for value, and we're not running if we're like not going to end the turn on 8, and then you're like really going to dig yourself a hole. So that was probably not much we could have done there either. So yeah, I don't know. I did, like it wasn't a case where the decks didn't perform. I think I enjoyed the ob, but I don't know. It's not clear. Like it's, as I said at the very very start of this video, is that I don't feel like I usually go into tournaments expecting to win my games, and like this was not. I did not feel that. Mainly with my corp, like what my runner lost. I guess my runner was 2-1. Was it 2-1? No, it was 1-2 actually. But like that's the thing. Like you only play 7 games, so like there's a lot of variance in just not playing a lot of games. But yeah, there was the Nebula and the AU, and like that's the corp meta. Hosh was on 15 cards by the end there. On average, they would have had their decoder. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't want to like win a game like that either. Thanos, you're right. Like, you know, like if they had found their decoder, then they just like installed their decoder, run HQ, and then like, I mean, it's not clear because maybe if I was in their position, I wouldn't have made that play even if I had the decoder, because you can't sustain checking. But like there's an agenda in HQ because I didn't pick up the slash and burn with the basalt, which is really really weird. So I guess they like run HQ and they have a 2 and 5. But then the game goes on, right? If they steal the slash and burn, then I basically have to jam. If they steal the other agenda, I'm probably also just jamming because my remote was also pretty good. So there shouldn't have been any issues there. I want to move from SDS to off to basalt. From SDS and off to basalt and slash and burn in my ob now. It looks pretty good. It does seem like, yeah, I think it is good. Like scoring basalt, you see this in the Nuvem deck, right? Like the Nuvem deck is like, if I can score a basalt, like I'm really good at rushing basalt if I can find my basalt, because the Nuvem deck gets a ton of money. But then, like that becomes the game, is that you like rush out a basalt spire, and then now the rest of the game gets a lot easier. The SDS is going to be more defensive. The off-world is going to gain you money. I think like off-world's a little awkward in ob. Like a lot of things have to come together for you to want to score your off-world. Like there's lots of things that you're already using to get money. And like more money is always good, but you have like your 1 regolith and you have your 2 anthills, and I mean it depends on what else you're playing, but I'm playing the humanoid and the Cyber Sand, which I think I like. I don't know. It makes you want to score the basalt more, but like if you have the off-world, then you want to score the off-world. And just like having agendas you want to score is really important in a scoring deck. Yeah. I'll have to think about it. Okay, thanks y'all. That's the stream. I'm not gonna wait till the end of it because I think there's like 20 whole minutes left in the round. So, but yeah, I finished 3 and 4. Was not a great tournament results wise, but I don't know. I think the decks are. I think like it wasn't a situation of decks not performing. So, like not performing as I would have thought. I would have liked like to get some better draws as ob. Like I think in the last game there I like opened off well, and maybe that's a sign. Like I opened well and there was still, well no, like I was in a great spot even if they had the Koge breaker at the end of the game. Installing the Rising Tide and running the remote turn 1 is a really good play though. Like I like what they did. They were just unlucky that I drew the Fly Swatter instead of some other barrier. Yeah. I have similar econ, but more logjam. Yeah, I mean, logjam is something that people play quite a bit. Like, there's a lot of good barriers, I feel. Like, Kesselred and Maskarovka have been very good. There just seems like there's always things that I can, like, get out, and it's very easy to... like, you just have your toolbox of stuff ready in your deck. The Sandstone's good. The 1 tree line. Like, we're just playing the 1 tree line because it's like, it's a 4-coster and the 4s can come down to a 3 or it can come from the development. Yeah, so you already have like a ton of barriers. The logjam is not going to synergize with ob too much. Like, I feel like if you're playing logjam, you end up leaning more towards the Nuvem deck. And then I don't know, like the Nuvem deck's pretty strong. If you play like, if you want to play Basalt Spires and play Seamless Launch and like play, especially with log jams, like Nuvem's really, really good. But yeah, this was like my attempt at trying to be consistent, because the Hollow Man and the Tranq Grid and the Takana all being one-ofs are things that you can fetch with various things, with various tricks. Once you score the Basalt Spire, you can pick things up, like pick up any of your one-ofs, your Seamless Launch, your KPI. So, and it wasn't bad. Those losing games were close, whereas the winning games were not close at all, it seems. Yeah, no, that's right. Like, yeah, I just needed to be on the other side of the needle, like just a little bit on the other side of that, of those losing games. I mean, I should have won the game where I didn't get decked, but then I think the first game against Sebastião, I should have done better. Let's click through that, actually. I'm interested. This game, I feel like it should be interesting to go through. It seemed they spent some time appeasing Taka too. Yeah. Yeah, that was awkward because that was definitely awkward for them. Okay, so this game against Sebastio, they kept this hand. I had like not the perfect opening, but it is 2 ice and a hedge fund. But that's right, I double iced HQ here because I didn't like. Usually you're expecting like Bankar to come down, and I don't want to just have the Tithe on the innermost of a server because the Tide's a great Bankar blocker. So here I just went hedge fund double ice HQ. I definitely would stand by that play. Because they botulous transfer of wealth is a thing like Bankar, and then you're gonna have to deal with that next turn. So just got the second ice on HQ now. They didn't have the Bankar. We need to find ice, right? And we weren't drawing. Oh no, it was a different game where we weren't drawing ice. So here we're just putting the envelopment out. They trash Tucana. We find a Kesselroyd. We don't have a ton of money, so we got to go for this Mavericks into... Right, so we install Mavericks, install Ice, take $1, seems fine. We throw the Excavator out there. That's going to make them spend some money. Like, this game's, like, so far going totally fine for me. And then we hit this for the Regolith. I could have... Oh, I couldn't. I was going to say we could have extracted it, but actually we couldn't because we just didn't have the money for that. Could have excavated, but there's no 1-coster left in the deck. We could have... Right, we could have like excavated the Kesselroyd for a Tranq grid here, and that would have actually let us res Mav, extract the Mav for the Regolith. Click that a couple times, but like the envelopment was very important to protecting this. They had a ton of money, so we couldn't do that. We had to keep the Kesselroyd around. And they ripped the Above the Law, right? Okay, so this is a really bad one in 4, because this Above the Law was about to get scored literally next turn, right? Like next turn we like click the Regolith twice and install the Above the Law. But instead we have to go for... We went for Humanoid. That makes a ton of sense, because now we can put the ice on HQ. We can protect against transfer of wealth. Get our cards down. We've got the Hollow Man, so now we're just jamming. And we play the Extract for money. We threw the Green Mail out. I remember that. And they rip another 2-pointer off the top of R&D. And we went for a... Yeah, we went for a little bit of a extension with the Ice on Archives, blocking out the privileged access. They actually go for this run later. We get the Tucana. Yeah, I mean, like, all of this stuff makes sense. Like, we just, like, losing the Above the Law. Like, I think I win this game for sure if they didn't rip the Above the Law. Because really the game came down to, like, we went to time. And... like, I just, like... like, we didn't quite have the points in hand. With, like, if we had the Above the Law, we can actually just score 2 2-pointers and win the game here. Of course, I would have scored the Above the Law already. They would have lost their crew. Like, this game would be very different in many ways. But now we ice up. And we get the Kesselroyd there. And we, like, play the hedge fund, install the agenda, and we install the Mav. Right, and then this was just simply the last turn. Yeah. I could have scored. Oh, yeah, that's right. And then the other problem with this game is I misread the timer, because there was a 5-minute extension on a different table, and I thought we had 5 more minutes than we did. So when I finished my turn here, I thought there was 9 minutes left, and there was actually only 4. And that's like a massive difference. Because if we know that there's only 4 minutes left, then we definitely just score the Azif protocol, and we go to 5 points. And on board, with the agendas that I have in my hand, they can only like tie me at 5. But then like next turn we can score the green mail out, get another ice on R&D, and then like I'm the one who wins this game on time. So yeah, that was like a tough one. And then the other corp loss was one where we just like didn't find. Oh, we didn't actually lose that game. Oh right, yeah, we didn't find ice against Sable, against One Aeromancer, but we ended up winning that game. And then we had the loss to Az. Yeah, so like this was like very much could have gone differently. Always love when you go over replays. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, why not excavate, Mav? Oh, true. Did I just miss that? That's a great point. I need to pay attention to chat more while I'm doing this. That is correct. We definitely should have excavated, Mav. Okay. Yeah. No, very good point out. I definitely should have excavated the Mav. You're so right. The reason is because I don't play Ob enough, so I'm missing. So that's how I missed that. But you're totally right. We should have rezzed the Mav, rezzed the excavator, excavated the Mav, and then we gained the $3 back. Yeah, you're totally right. I would have had 3 more credits this game. Yeah, I should have had 3 more credits this game. Huh. Would it have made a difference? I'd be at 17 here. I'd still be at 17. We're still going to get the humanoid. And we're still going to ice HQ. Did I play something that I would have loved an extra click for? We whiffed the operation here. If we drew a hedge fund, that would have been very different. But instead we have to play the extract. I guess it wouldn't have mattered, hey? But that is a misplay. Yeah, because we don't have anything else here. Like, if we had 3 extra credits, like, we'd probably push an agenda here, but we just don't have an agenda. So it's always just going to be the anthill. We end up extracting for a Maskarovka, because Archives doesn't matter that much anymore with only 1 privileged access left, and get the Fly Swatter out there. Maybe with 3 extra credits, we would have jammed here. Yeah, maybe with 3 extra credits, we would have jammed here. But also, maybe I should have just jammed here, period. It's tough to say. You just have to take on that bit of risk. Like, of course, that fast advance line is always available, but we can extract the anthill for a Kesselroyd, which is still in the deck. So we can extract the anthill for a Kesselroyd and put that on the remote. Extract the anthill for a Kesselroyd, put that on the remote, put the Asif in the remote, and then put the Winchester on HQ. We could also... Yeah, we do have to put the Winchester on HQ, actually. I think on this turn I was a little scared that they were going to rip open R&D, because like the Devil Charm can come down. With 1 leech counter, they can install a 2nd crew and then like crew down the Sandstone with the leech counter. So, but like, I don't know, we can just risk that. That seems okay. Yeah, maybe on this turn I should have actually just jammed, even without the $3 extra. Because the extract's going to gain me 6, that puts me to 12. It puts me to 12 with the Kesselroyd on the remote. So, extract, install a Zeef. And we have an extra click, and we have to put the... I imagine we have to put the Winchester on HQ. The thing is, like, they've actually shown us quite a bit of influence that they might not be playing Transfer Wealth, which was on my mind the whole time, but We've seen 5, 6, 7 influence, so like maybe they don't play Transfer of Wealth. But it would make sense that they would still play 1 or 2. So, and we don't want to just like lose the Afshar to the crew, so that's why we definitely have to put another ice on HQ. Huh? Yeah. No, I think I mismanaged this game in a number of ways. Like I think I should have jammed this turn. Like instead I decided to ice HQ a ton. Which was like, this was me playing the long game. Which I guess we just didn't have the time for. But yeah, they like didn't have their tools down. They needed to break a barrier. We should have just jammed the agenda here. Dang. And it's that one that hurts the most, because this is game 1. Oh yeah, I basalted for hedge fund, so I could res everything. And we were gonna Mavericks to install. Maybe the lesson actually is just that I should have played more like I was trying to be safe on all fronts, and that just slowed me down a little bit, when really I should have just taken advantage of the fact that I had a window. Like just because they didn't have their cards down, and like the banker wasn't even down yet. Yeah, definitely should have jammed this turn. That's a big misplay. Huh. Hi, we have a new person in the chat who's just discovering the beautiful game of Netrunner. Yeah, if you're interested to learn, I'm sure. There's lots of resources out there to learn, and yeah, let us know if you're interested. Like, there's lots of there's a really friendly Discord server you can get into. The game is free to play, especially if you're playing online. But if you're playing in person, you just print the cards out. Very accessible game. Yeah. Ugh. That one feels bad. I should have won this game. I definitely should have jammed here. That's so bad. I actually, this was actually really bad. Like the other ones is like, I don't know, you miscount and that's fine. But man, this was actually a bad turn. Like, I had the extract in hand. Right? We drew this. How'd I miss that? I was like too focused on the central pressure. And I really just had to score. Like, I guess it just came down to how much time was left too. I was like still not concerned about time at this point, and I should have been. Because extract the anthill. Extract the anthill, get the Kesselroyd on the remote. Install the agenda, put the Winchester on HQ. It's definitely the line. Wowee. Really bad. Might have been too focused on the fact that like they were ripping out of centrals, and I was just concerned about centrals. That's definitely what happened. All right, well that's that. I'm not gonna review too much else. Oh yeah, and there's the Tucana trigger too. Juan, if you go to Jinteki.net, so if you look up Jinteki.net, you'll find this welcome page. This is the website where we play. And if you click on this link right here on the welcome page called nearearthhub.net, or you could just type in nearearthhub.net, you'll find this place, and this page is a Netrunner link hub. So there's all the links that you will need to play the game. There's a description of what each of these links are. And if you go down to the community resources, you'll find the green level clearance Discord. And that's what's being referenced in the chat right now. But tons of other stuff you can look at on here as well. The Null Signal Games website will talk you through like how the game works, and there's like some introduction material in there. Netrunner DB is where you do deck building. Chiraboga is a Netrunner AI where you can learn to just play the game, and there's a nice like AI tutorial there. And then you scroll down, you'll find Netrunner videos. If you would prefer looking at a video, there's lots of videos on here that you can see explanations of the game. But yeah, recommend this website, nearearthhub.net. I guess I can actually... Can I post a link in my own chat? I can! Oh, can I? Yeah, I can. There we go. I imagine I can. So yeah, there's that. Disappointing loss. Yes. The Tucano can help with the central. That's totally right as well. Like, I should have just scored. I mean, I could just score right now. I don't quite have the money to sustain scoring right now. If I had $3 extra, maybe, but not really, actually. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely the play that I talked about. And then next turn we would be hollow manning the As If protocol, scoring that, getting the Takana trigger. And then maybe we can even like install Spin Doctor, res, draw another agenda, and put that in the remote. Or we just draw... there isn't another 2-pointer left. There isn't another 2-pointer we can score off the Hollow Man, so we'd have to find like 2 copies of Slash and Burn. But whatever we find, we're probably throwing that in the remote as well. That might have been what I was thinking, and that might have been why I didn't jam, is because if I jam the Azif protocol, I go to 5, but it's not clear how I actually get to 7, because there isn't another 3-2 left in the deck. And like, this is a part of this is something with the agenda suite that I'll need to figure out. And I don't know if there's an answer, because there's going to be pros and cons to everything. But the problem is that when I get to 5 here, I'm not, because my opponent has ripped 2 3-2s, I can't actually Hollow Man to fast advance another 2-pointer unless I draw both Slash and Burns. In which case the Hollow Man's not even needed, because I can Basalt Spire it. So that might have been why I was playing a little bit more passive, is because if I just get the Ice down and get another Antil trigger on its own, I'm going to retain the extract. And if I can actually just find like a Basalt Spire or another agenda that's not the Azif protocol, I can put that in the remote, score that with the Hollow Man, and then I can fast advance the Azif. Again, like, maybe like all of this comes back to just a little bit too long-term thinking, considering there wasn't that much time left. Okay, friends, I gotta go. I've got a lot of work to do. I'm not going to be back tomorrow because we didn't make the cut. So go check out the NSG stream. They streamed it today, and they're going to be streaming the cut tomorrow. I think they're doing a top 8 cut. Yeah, I mean, I've been playing a different deck every week with the Async League. I expect that to continue on. I might play the Ob and the Sable because those are different decks, but we'll see. So I haven't scheduled that. I don't know when the time for that has shown up, but when I do, I'll try to schedule that on my stream. So keep an eye out on my YouTube to see when that stream's going to be. So yeah, I'll definitely stream during the week just for my async game at the very least. and then we'll see if I play next weekend, because there's an online Megacity every weekend, but it's going to be at an awkward time. So we'll see if I end up doing that. Thanks for your thoughts on the stream. Always a great watch. Thanks for stopping by, Thanos. It's great to see that people enjoy these things, and like that's really why we're doing it. So yeah, I mean the comment earlier about the bling seb, I'm pretty happy with the bling seb. So seeing that people are enjoying the bling seb is also something that's makes me very happy. But yeah, I mean this is all like the mega cities is all just like in preparation for continentals. Of course, I would like to win like a couple mega cities, like at least one, but like the more mega cities that you can win, the more buys you can get for continentals, and like really the goal at the end of the day is to get a buy for worlds, because like continentals is like, oh, you can try a bunch of times, and like the real like crown jewel in Netrunner is worlds. So this is all just like try to get my buys to get worlds, to get a buy for worlds. And it's nice that buys are back, because there's really like a really strong sense of progression in the season, and I think that's very important. At the very least, it motivates me to play, because of the buy progression. But yeah, I don't know. I lost the districts in New York because of a bad misplay against Not Again at the end in the finals, and then I lost round 1 here. Like this is all coming back, right? Because round 1 was really the problem here, and like you win round 1 and the whole tournament is very different. So that bye coming back to bite me. All right, everyone. Okay, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the chat, and I'll see you all next